Fox Sports.
We are Black Hawks. We are Florida.
Last year, San Francisco was on top of the baseball world, winning the World Series for the second time in 3 years. But this year, I reckon there's some tough goings. The Giants have the worst record in their division, with big hits few and far between. Tonight, they'll turn to ex-Marlin Chad Gaudin, who's provided a spark. He'll face Fish fireballer Nathan Eovaldi. It's a West-East shootout, Giants-Fish style, next. Tonight here in Miami, it's game one of a three-game series as the Marlins return home for a nice long 10-game homestand against the NL West. And it's the struggling, defending World Series champion San Francisco Giants in town to take on the Fish here. And the first of three, the Marlins played well against the Giants earlier this season in San Francisco. They won 3 out of 4. And they'll look to keep it going here with Tommy Hutton. I'm Craig Minervini in for Rich Waltz. Hi, everybody, and welcome to the ballgame tonight. Well, you know, the Marlins didn't have a great road trip, Tommy. They went 3-6, but they did win 3 of the last 5, so they come home feeling a little better about things, huh?
You know what, Craig? 3 of the last 5, and also took 2 of 3 from a real good ball club in Kansas City, a club that's battling for a wild card, maybe even a position in the American League Central.
They hadn't lost a series in 7 straight. For the Marlins tonight, Nathan Eovaldi will be towing the hill for the Marlins. He's pitched very well. His fastball's impressive. He's been terrific.
You know what? If you tell somebody, hey, my ERA's 270 the last 5 starts, you'd go, wow. You'd be like 3-1 with a no decision, something like that. Well, Nate Eovaldi is 0-2 in that time. He has pitched extremely well. He beat the Giants in San Francisco. 7-2 was the score in that game. He went 6 innings, gave up just a couple of runs. Nate Eovaldi is also coming off a spectacular start against the Braves. Eovaldi went 7 innings, gave up just a single to Freddie Freeman in the first inning, and that was all.
What about Chad Gaudin? You remember him last year with the Marlins. He has been a fill-in starter, and then he's taken over since early June, and he's been perhaps the best starter for the Giants since then.
Yeah, Gaudin took over for Ryan Vogelsong, who went on the disabled list. Vogelsong's back. Now he's taking over for Barry Zito, who's in the bullpen. Good slider when he's on. He's not overpowering. Remember last year, as a Marlin, Gaudin was in 46 games, all out of the bullpen. So a little different for him this year. However, in the past, he had a time when he was with Oakland that he started 34 games. So no stranger to the starting rotation.
Yeah, he's done a great job for the Giants. Their struggles of late have been offensive, and that's why they're having an offensive type year, if you will, in San Francisco. So here's our Coventry starters for the matchup. Gaudin start number 12. Eovaldi start number 11 here. Nathan looking for some run support, try to get the 3 wins on the season. Marlins will try to get off to a good start here at home. They got off to a rough start on the road before they turned it around. We'll have some replay reactions and much more coming up when we come back. getting set for the matchup. Before we get to that, let's go out to center field. Allison Williams and Jeff Conine.
Thank you very much, Craig. A monumental day yesterday for baseball, something that people have been talking about for a long time, but it seemed Commissioner Bud Selig was not in any hurry to address, and that's the issue of instant replay in Major League Baseball, and we will see more of it come 2014.
I know our very own Craig Minervini is a big fan of this. He's been proponent of replay for quite some time now, but it is quite a comprehensive list of rules, so to speak, that you're going to have in the review system. A few of them, you look at manager can argue situations not open to review. He cannot argue reverse a reviewable call without the use of replay. So are we going to miss Mike Redmond going out there and getting tossed out of games?
Well, it's hard to say exactly what's going to happen. The important thing to know as it stands right now is that the manager is allowed one challenge in the first 6 innings. If he gets that challenge right, he would retain it. From the 7th inning on, he gets 2 challenges, and the one from the previous 6 does not carry over. So they are kind of limiting how many challenges you can have. However, if you're right, each time, theoretically, you could have limitless challenges. A lot of issues still to be worked out, and of course, this is all subject to the approval of the owners in November. But overall, are you in favor or not?
I'm not really opposed, so to speak, for the use of replay to get calls right. What I'm opposed to is when you said, theoretically, you could have 5 calls that you get right. The delay of game could be immense when you have a number of those calls during a game, and that's my only problem is the pace of play. Yeah,
you don't want to see things slowed down too much. It'll be interesting to see how it advances going forward. Obviously, more details will come in the offseason as to just how instant replay will be used. All right, when we return here on Fox Sports Florida, it's baseball time. The Fish are looking to slay the Giants. Game 1 against San Francisco. First pitch is next.
Here on a Friday night as Nathan Eovaldi gets set to pitch for the Marlins here against the Giants, and starting off this 10-game homestand for the Fish. Here's the lineup for the Giants. It has been a struggling lineup, driving and runs, not so much average-wise. Scudero leads it off at second. Brandon Crawford, 274. Brandon Belt at first, leads the team in homers with 15. Then Spencer right, Sandoval at third. Hector Sanchez, big series in Washington, catching. Kieschnick in left field. Blanco in center, and Chad Godin will bat ninth and pitch for the Giants. And there's Marco Scudero, the veteran, signed away a 3-year deal in the offseason.
And Craig, there's a good look at Nathan Eovaldi, 23-year-old right-hander. Just terrific numbers. His fastball's electric. It's 96 to 98. When he gets his breaking ball over, he's even tougher, and he just hasn't had much support. Not much support at all. His ERA over his last 4 starts is 1.04, and he's 0-1 during that time. Opposing batters hitting 170. So he's pitched well, just would like to get a few runs.
Yeah. You get the idea these two teams can relate more than just their colors that feature black and orange as we get the first pitch of the ball game. Fastball is inside 1-0. Both teams have struggled to score runs. Though the Giants, Tommy, have hit the ball better average-wise.
A little better. Neither team hits a lot of home runs. Giants have hit 72. The Marlins have hit 64.
2-0 to Scudero, hitting .302 on the season. Giants team average is .259. That's 4th in the league. There's a strike. 98 miles per hour. As you look at Bruce Bochy, veteran manager for the Giants. Another 98-mile-an-hour fastball coming in from Eovaldi.
Yeah, the other thing about Eovaldi is he has that short arm type delivery. So not only does he throw 98, it appears harder to a hitter.
He is coming out firing right off the bat. 2-2 pitch. Fouled away. Eovaldi has allowed 2 runs or less in 8 of 10 starts this year, including 5 straight. Chopped foul, third base side, handled by Tim Flannery, third base coach for the Giants. Scudero in his 10th full season in the big leagues. Big pickup for the Giants last year. Fouls that one off to right. He hit .362 in 61 games with the Giants. .306 overall.
Yeah, he was a big part of that World Championship. 37 years old. He's a guy that as you are seeing right here, just gives pitchers fits, gives you a good AB all the time.
You got a good look at Eovaldi earlier before he started offering. Fouls another one off.
So the next pitch to Marco Scudero will be number 9. And he's seen both pitches. He's seen the fastball. He's fouled off some breaking balls.
Eovaldi is crushing the strike zone so far. Breaking ball hit up the middle, base hit. Yeah, terrific at bat. He had 190 hits a year ago. He starts off with a single.
You don't see too many young hitters have this kind of at bat. He was so patient, fouled off the curve, fouled off fastballs, finally got a little slider that didn't do a whole lot and shot it right back up the middle.
So Marco will take it. That'll bring on Brandon Crawford, left-hand hitting shortstop for the Giants. Crawford hitting .274. A little pop, 7 home runs. And he's hacking right away. Strike 1.
This is a guy that they always knew would be a slick fielder at shortstop, and he's continued to do that. And they had hoped that he would get the average up, and he's done a nice job in that department this year.
He was a 4th-round pick for the Giants out of UCLA back in 2008. Scudero with just 1 stolen base. Nice breaking ball. 0-2 now on Crawford.
Well, let's see. He's seen a fastball that he didn't get around on, a curveball that locked him up.
Yeah.
I think we will see that 98-mile-an-hour heater again.
Be better be ready for it, that's for sure. 0-2 pitch. Foul back.
Came in with a slider. It's been a good combination with Eovaldi and Mathis behind the plate. For a power pitcher, Nate's pretty quick to the plate, and he also has a quick move to first.
Mathis has done a good job. He's among the top 6 or 7 throwing out would-be Steelers this year. Another hard fastball inside, as you heard the call from home plate umpire Brian Gorman.
Well, the fortunate thing for Crawford is that it was inside, because he wasn't going to hit that pitch.
That just missed. Off-speed pitch. Hit back to the Giant dugout for Crawford. Brandon grew up a big Giants fan. His dad was a season ticket holder back at the Stick. That's got to be neat. Now, did you grow up a Dodger fan?
Yes, I did.
So you had that same experience.
Yeah, I was not a season ticket holder, but I grew up going to Dodger games.
Well, your dad worked there. But to play for the team that you grew up rooting for.
Of course, early years, they were not there yet. They were still in Brooklyn.
That's right.
See, I'm giving things away now.
Yeah. Boy, if you get a chance to see The Boys of Flatbush, it's running again on HBO. It is a great documentary on the move from Brooklyn to Los Angeles for the Dodgers in the late 50s. Chopper, tough play. Polanco coming in, bare hands. Can he get him? No. Infield hit for Crawford and a good start for the Giants.
Well, to their credit, they've had a couple of terrific at-bats. The one by Scudero, even by Crawford, who fouled a pitch off, didn't get a lot of that, but the little swinging bunt got himself an infield hit. And then sets the stage for probably their hottest hitter, Brandon Belt.
Well, he is red hot. A 10-game hit streak for Belt, 395 over that span, including 4 homers and 3 doubles, 8 RBIs, and he's up to 273. Fastball away. 1-0 on Brandon Belt, Giants first baseman. It's a career high in home runs already here in mid-August for Belt, 15. That liner is foul. Ball and a strike.
Boy, the guy in the green shirt hung in there.
That's a good catch.
That's a great catch.
He had to protect both ladies. I'm not sure why more fans don't bring gloves, especially those that sit down in those seats. 1-1 pitch. Another chopper.
This fan basically just said, yeah, I don't need a glove. There it is, right at me. Oh, I'll just bring it on in.
Corralled it.
Great play. Stinging a little bit right now. He didn't want to rub it.
Can't look like it hurts, though. That fastball misses inside. 99 on the gun for Volley. No problem with his speed here.
Boy, that was a strike. Which brings up a good point. Stuff like that you're not going to have replay. Borderline pitch, strike 3, or is it strike 3? Because if you had those replayed, you'd be here all night.
You know, with the amount of challenges they're handing out, and with the fact that you could get one back, if you're right, you could have 5, 6 more, 9 challenges a game. It could get out of hand. Payoff pitch. That will go into the seats.
Well, the amazing thing about this inning, and to the Giants hitters' credit, Eovaldi's made some good pitches. He had that one. He had Belt struck out, but it wasn't called. But they've fouled off pitch after pitch after pitch. They've really made him work.
He's got 2 strikes and all the hitters. Payoff pitch, line drive left field. That's a base hit. Scudero will hold at third as Yelich gets the ball in, and the Giants have started with 3 hits in this ball game. An infield hit, line drive, and a sharp hit by Scutaro up the middle.
Well, you can see why Belt has been swinging the bat so well. An 11-game hitting streak now for him. He's a guy who always hit. In his minor league career, 189 games, his minor league career average was 343.
Wow.
So they knew he would hit.
He was benched earlier in the year in a Philadelphia series, and he had a few days to work with Bam Bam Mullins, and he's kind of turned it around since then. They called up Phil, who got a few starts, and Belt used that time well off. Shot hard. Oh, it skips by Echeverria. Gets into short left, and the Giants are going to score 2 on the play. It was hit hard, but the Marlins were looking for 2, and they don't get anything.
On this last road trip, especially in Pittsburgh and in Kansas City, the Marlins played on fields that were a little slower. And all of a sudden back home, of course, the Marlins took early infield and were ready for it. The ball is going to get to infielders a lot quicker. If this is picked by Echeverria, it's a 6-4-3 double play. The ball scoots by him into the outfield, and the Giants get 2 runs. And it'll be an error charged to Etch.
And the Marlins still don't have any outs here in the first inning. And here's Kung Fu Panda, Pablo Sandoval. He fouls one off. Sandoval's been struggling. He's hitting just 157, 8 for 51 his last 14 games. But he's one of the guys in the Giants, Tommy, with runners in scoring position. He's hitting 346.
Which is over and above everybody else on the Giants, because the last 14 games they're hitting below 200 with runners in scoring position. But Panda, he's been driving them in.
Yep. 54 RBIs in the year. France's own Bruce Bochy. That ball is ripped to right center field, and no one is going to get it, and the Giants are going to score a couple of more. Sandoval pulls into second. Belt and Pence score, and it's quickly 4-0 Giants. What a start for the Giants. We've been talking about their struggling offense, and they have their first 4-hitter score.
Well, we've talked about their struggling offense, and we've talked about how terrific Nathan Eovaldi has been. But the Giants have been all over him in this first inning. Remember his last time out, a no decision, 7 innings, gave up just 1 hit, a first inning single to Freddie Freeman in Atlanta, but not the case here tonight.
So Chuck Hernandez out for a chat with Nathan Eovaldi. But I think, Tommy, what you said earlier, the Giants have had good at-bats. They've seen a lot of pitches. They fouled off some tough pitches. They took some close pitches, got a call in one case, and got a break on the error to Echeverria, and they made the Marlins pay.
Usually when you have that 98-mile-an-hour fastball, you've got, along with a breaking ball, you got a couple of pitches that can put hitters away, and Eovaldi just hasn't been able to do that here in the first inning.
So here's Hector Sanchez, the switch-hitting catcher who had a very good series in Washington and a big hit in the game yesterday. Takes a fastball. He had the game-winning homer in the 9th inning. He had 2 strikes on him also. Soriano left one up and in, and Sanchez pinch hitting at a 3-run homer in the top of the 9th, and the Giants won at 4-3. Stunning a big crowd in Washington, and they were going for their 6th straight win.
Yeah, off their excellent closer, Soriano. Back-to-back switch hitters with Sandoval and Sanchez. Sanchez giving Buster Posey the night off.
Giants could put up 6 lefties with the 2 switch hitters in the lineup. They have no lefties on the bench. They do have switch hitter Andres Torres and 4 right-handed hitters. But the Nats people were saying, you know, Sanchez is a free swinger, and Davey Johnson lamenting after the game. He just can't leave it up. And in for a guy like this who's going to really hack. He went there, so Eovaldi gets that elusive strikeout on his first out. 6 batters in here to the ball game.
Well, he finally gets that put-away pitch, a good slider down and in. You know, when you start seeing, Craig, teams with a lot of left-handed bats, it just makes you more encouraged about some of the young pitchers that are on their way. Guys in the minor leagues, 4 of them really good left-handers. Brian Flynn, Adam Conley, Justin Nicolino, Andrew Heaney. They're all lefties.
All left, wow. Roger Kieschnick standing in, swings through the first pitch. It's rare to have a couple of lefties that are prospects in your organization at that level. Brad Hand is pitched very well too. Another lefty. There's a Giants fan making his way out. Panda fan. Kieschnick recalled from AAA late July, making his 12th start for the Giants. Down to first base. Logan will handle that himself. Sandoval over to third, and 2 men away.
I was just thinking that Panda hat would have been a little toasty at Pro Player.
You still see our great Marlin fan with that water buffalo hat. We had him on a couple of weeks ago. It's got to be a little warm. Perfect, though, for San Francisco. So the Marlins are going to walk Gregor Blanco and not fool around anymore here in the first inning and go after Chad Gaudin. You know, Tommy, I bet you there's one of those innings where Nathan Eovaldi's going to say, boy, I really felt good out there.
We've seen his fastball in the upper 90s, 98, 99. He's missed. They've been on the fastball. They've fouled a couple off. Even the ball that Kieschnick just hit, he hit pretty well. But a couple of the hits have been on breaking balls. Sliders, curveballs.
So the intentional pass to Blanco brings up Chad Gaudin. And you can see the frustration on Nathan's face right there. 37 pitches. Of course, the 4 in the intentional for Eovaldi. Gaudin's 1 for 22 this year. 0-45.
The only other game that Eovaldi struggled this badly was his start in Milwaukee, right after the All-Star break. 4 innings, gave up 10 hits and 6 runs. But as per Eovaldi starts, the Marlins lost that game 6-0.
Didn't matter. Well, they're going to need some run support to hang in there in this ball game after giving up 4 here in the first inning. High and tight, 1-0. Giants had a fairly decent start to the season, but they have really struggled. Second part of the season, and lost 8 of the last 12 recently. Oh, Gaudin lost the bat, went right into the Marlins dugout.
Yeah, right over that top area where a lot of guys like to sit. It looked like right over the head of Jose Fernandez.
See, he chokes up on the bat, missed the ball, and there it goes.
All right, Chad, load up. A little more pine tar.
If it's going to go somewhere. That was a nice 30-foot section there where no one was. Pitch number 40 in this first inning coming up for Eovaldi, and he rears back and fires it. 1-2. There's Marcell Ozuna. He was impressive.
He's going to get himself ready to play some winter ball.
Gaudin fouls off the pitch, so it continues here.
The Giants in this inning, and talking about their approach, have fouled off 13 pitches.
Wow. Costly error by Echeverria, just part of the problem in the first here for Evaldi and the Fish. And that's on the corner. Evaldi gets 2 strikeouts, but it was a miserable start to the homestand here for Evaldi and the Marlins. 4 runs for the Giants. Fish coming up. Back to Marlins Park. Nice little crowd settling in here on a Friday night. And those that got here later looking at the board say, what happened in the first? Here's the lineup for Mike Redmond's Miami Marlins. Christian Yelich had a good road trip. Will lead it off. He's hitting 286. Donovan Solano enjoying that number 2 spot for the Marlins. Giancarlo Stanton trying to get it going here on the homestand. He's hit well at home, not on the road. Logan Morrison will bat 4th, comes off a pretty good trip. Placido Polanco gets the start at 3rd. And Danny Echeverria will bat 6th. Jake Marisnick in center, batting 7th. Jeff Mathis 8th, all in front of Nathan Evaldi, doing the pitching and batting 9th for the Marlins.
Well, you've seen Chad Godin before. A lot of people have. He's been with 9 clubs. Was relegated to that bullpen early in the year. And then Ryan Vogelsong had an injury. Chad Godin came in, and he stayed in the rotation. He's pitched so well. As a starter, in his 11 starts, he's 5-1 with a 2.60 ERA. Has a nice tight little slider, not overpowering, and a real gutty performer out there.
And that's one of those cases where you take advantage of an opportunity, and injuries happen. And in fact, he probably nudged Zito out of the rotation because he was pitching so well. It's a high-priced guy to have in your bullpen, and Barry Zito. Yeah,
Zito's in the bullpen. Of course, last year with Miami, Chad Godin, 46 games, but all out of the bullpen.
All right, so Christian Yelich will get it going here for the Marlins. 286 on the year. He had 324 on the road trip. Not too many guys had those kind of numbers for the Marlins on the just completed trip to Pittsburgh, Atlanta, and Kansas City. But Yelich went 12 for 37, including a home run. And he takes a strike to start off the Marlins' bottom of the first. Two. 0-2 on Yelich. He's done a nice job leading off, Tommy. What have you liked about his approach?
You know, he's done what he did throughout the minor leagues. He always had a high on-base percentage. He will take pitches the other way. We've seen him get a lot of pitches to left field. Yeah, in his 15 games in the number 1 spot, over 320.
Takes an offering of that 91-mile-per-hour high pitch and strikes out. And a good start for Chad Godin as he strikes out Yelich. Lead off the bottom of the first.
Getting ahead, he climbs the ladder and gets Yelich to chase that high fastball. It's a ball club the Giants might have a little revenge on their mind. The Marlins took 3 out of 4 in San Francisco.
They did a number on him right in mid-June. And it was Eovaldi who finished off that series in the 4th game and gave the Marlins the 3-1 series win. At the time, the Giants weren't playing great, but they certainly were playing a lot better. But since they lost Angel Pagan to an injury in late May, they are about 19 games under 500 now since that point.
The other thing, Craig, about Godin is that he has to be efficient. A guy who has started, he started 34 games for the Athletics back in '07, but recently out of the bullpen. The most pitches he's thrown in any start this year has been 98.
Hey, how about another base hit, Tommy, for Donovan Solano? He is taking charge of that number 2 spot, such a key spot in the order for anybody, especially in front of Giancarlo Stanton.
He'll get a pitch like that. When he's up with a man on base, he'll stay inside a little more and maybe drive it into right center. But he turns on this, gets the base hit. And Stanton comes up, who has hit extremely well at home.
Solano 349 on base in the number 2 hole this year. And here's Giancarlo. 10 of his 13 home runs right here at Marlins Park. Next fastball over for strike 1.
So Giancarlo's hit 10 home runs here at Marlins Park. The rest of the team has hit 14.
Ouch. That one's inside. 1-1 to Giancarlo Stanton. Fangraphs had an interesting stat. They say that Stanton is seeing more fastballs now in August and not hitting them. The year before August, 54% of the pitches to him fastballs, now up to 61%. And you'd think that's a pitch that he would be able to handle.
Yeah, and the thing that a lot of people will ask us who don't see him day in and day out, they'll say, oh, they're really pitching around Stanton. And we say, no, they're not. He's seeing very good pitches to hit.
Not lately. One thing he has done better is walk a little more often. It's one up the middle and hard, and it's a base hit for Stanton. Solano rounds second, and then wisely goes back. And the Marlins are in business here, first and second with 1 out. Good to see Giancarlo take it up the middle.
You always say baby steps. All right, good to see him go right back up the middle. That tells you he stayed back. He didn't fly open with the hip or the shoulder. That's just a good swing.
To break the bat?
Who knows? He hits it so hard it doesn't matter.
It usually shatters into the outfield when he does break the bat. I had to feel good for Giancarlo. And here's Logan Morrison now with first and second. Momo came off a good finale in Kansas City in his hometown, 2 for 5 Wednesday with a couple of ribbies. Breaking ball is high. 276 on the road trip, and he's been warming up of late, hitting almost 300 in the last 20 games. Stanton on first, Solano at second. Breaking ball inside. So we talked about the low-scoring Giants and the low-scoring Marlins. And it's 4-0, and the Marlins are threatening.
Well, both offenses have given the pitchers fits. We saw the Giants do that with Eovaldi, and the Marlins have had good at-bats against Chad Godin.
It's been a head-scratching kind of year for Bruce Bochy, the 58-year-old 7-year manager with the Giants, 19th consecutive year, piloting a big league club. Softly hit the second base. Scudero to Crawford for 1 on the first. Yes, that's the double play. And that'll end the frame. 4-6-3. So the Giants get out of the jam, and it's 4-0 after 1. Marlins 4-0. As we move along, top of the second, Ethan Evaldi will again face the top of the order. That's never a good thing to start off 2 innings in a row. And Marco Scutaro will lead it off. Marco makes his home in nearby Doral.
Boy, and to state the obvious, Evaldi needs to have a low pitch in it.
Again, he is whistling 96 miles an hour. But Scutaro is the one who started it off with a, what was it, a 9-pitch at bat? And fought off some tough pitches. Takes a strike. Scutaro's under 90 hits last year, the most by any NL player 36 years or over since Andres Galarraga had 191 for Colorado in 97.
Well, he carried that over too. He was the National League Championship most valuable player. Against the Cardinals, 7 games, was 14 for 28.
Sharp ball hit to Morrison, will take it himself. What a pickup that was for Brian Sabian. They traded him for minor league infielder Charlie Culberson, column from Colorado, July 27, just before the trade deadline last year. I don't know if they expected 362, but they knew what they were getting, a good veteran character guy, good guy in the clubhouse.
Good guy and a good number 2 hitter. In this case, he's hitting leadoff, but you put him in that number 2 spot, that's ideal for him.
Here's Brandon Crawford. He's had it first because of the Angel Pagan injury with the hamstring. But Pagan, there's some better news for him. Going to be making a comeback, they hope.
Yeah, he's supposed to start a rehab assignment, if not already. So they would expect to have him back in about a week.
I didn't think those worked out too well when the Giants were playing the Marlins. Line shot, base hit. Last time the 2 teams played, he was trying to rehab and got re-injured. So 1-out single for Crawford. Hey, dive in and see your Marlins against the San Francisco Giants on the Saturday Spectacular tomorrow night at 7:10. Get the all-you-can-eat seats for just $27, plus celebrate Puerto Rican Heritage Night and enjoy a post-game concert on the West Plaza with salsa sensation Jerry Rivera. Presented by Boost Mobile. Go to Marlins.com today. Marlins baseball, dive in. So a 1-out hit for Crawford, and here's the tough Brandon Belt. And he fouls it back. Tommy, the hitting coach, Bam Bam Newlands, has moved Belt to the back of the box. What could that do for a hitter? He was standing up front.
Yeah, a lot of times it depends. He's got a wide stance. You see, even his stance takes up pretty much the entire box. But if you can have that wide a stance, might give him a little extra look, a little fraction of a second longer.
A little more time on the fastball. Takes a breaking ball, and it gets under the glove. It's a fair ball. It got under Morrison's glove. Well, sloppy D here for the Marlins in the start of this ball game. Runners go to second and third.
I know what was in the thought of Logan Morrison. The thought was pick this ball, maybe step on the bag and get 2. Bottom line, see, his foot was near the bag. You got to pick the ball stays down. He comes up with it, doesn't come up with that high. See, his foot was on the bag. He was going to pick it and then throw to second, try to get the double play. But by making the error, there are runners at first and third.
So Hunter Pence stands in now for the Giants. The cleanup hitter, he was the one who hit the sharp ball that Echeverria booted. That might have been 2. And we apologize, our regular graphics machine is not working tonight, so we have our stats coming off the left corner. Keep you updated.
That puts our Foxbox operator, Bill Wadlick, in
Does he,
a little extra work.
does he get to leave?
A little overtime.
Oh, he does the left corner as well?
Gives him a little overtime. Pressure's on. I'm sure it'll make for a larger paycheck, too.
I'm sure it will. He might even purchase his dinner instead of bringing it. 1-1 pitch blocked by Mathis. This is not the way you want to start out. You come off a nice series against Kansas City. You come home for a nice homestand, a Giants club that's not playing well, and the Marlins not crisp at all.
You know, you have the off day. You have time to kind of readjust, refocus, get ready. And you're absolutely right. First couple of innings have looked sloppy.
2-1 pitch is a strike. The Marlins, they come in, I think, 6th in fielding. They haven't won a lot of games this year, but they've played pretty crisp baseball.
The Marlins have made 69 errors with their 2 tonight. The Giants have made 85. So the Marlins have been a better fielding club than San Francisco.
And the Marlins have had that shot by Pence is hit well deep right center, and again no one's going to get it. It is off the base of the wall, and 2 more runs will score. Another 2-run double for the Giants in this game. Sandoval had one in the first, and now Pence here in the second. 6-0 Giants.
Well, a team that had struggled so badly, that's just a hanging slider. Boy, that's about belt high, perfect for Brandon Belt, but also perfect for Hunter Pence, who just drives that ball hard into right center. This is not Nathan Eovaldi's night. Here's the tough part. The Marlins made a move and brought up a right-handed pitcher, Archimedes Caminero. They might be getting the call now. Problem is, he's a 1-inning guy as well. They do not have a long guy with Kevin Slowey on the disabled list, and this is the type of game you want to have that long guy down to the bullpen.
So Pablo Sandoval stands in. The switch hitter hits left, and he lines one out of play. The Giants had a big middle game against Washington. They didn't win, but in the 8th inning they got the bats going, and then yesterday they had the big hit by Sanchez in the 9th inning, 3-run homer, turning a 3-1 deficit to a 4-3 win. So they were hoping to kind of build on that, and they have here so far. Line shot over the head of Echeverria and into that gap. Yelich cuts it down. Sandoval will stop at first, and Pence racing in with the 7th Giants run of the ball game.
How about this number? In the 4-game series in San Francisco, the Giants scored 8 runs total against the Marlins. And Bruce Bochy has seen his club score 7 runs so far tonight. Wow.
7 runs on 7 hits. Hector Sanchez struck out in the 1st inning. They are jumping Eovaldi now. Oh, here's the big hit off Soriano in the 9th inning last night.
Got a fastball up. Sanchez all over it. It was a 3-run shot, top of the 9th. They were able to close it out and win the game 4-3.
Just fair. Snapping the Nationals' 5-game win streak. Little fly ball to left. And the Marlins get their 2nd out of the frame.
You also have a ball club in the Giants that has not played well on the road. Boy, Red, Chuck Hernandez talking things over. They're trying to figure out what their game plan is as far as the bullpen. But the Giants come into play tonight 22-36 on the road.
Defending world champions. Ground ball by Kieschnick to second, and Solano handles that. But more damage in the 2nd inning for the Giants. They score 3 on 3 hits and extend their lead. And a nice cold beverage at the Bud Bar out in left center field. Great spot to watch the game. Boy, Chad Godin's got to feel great getting a 7-run cushion here as he works to the bottom of the second. And the Marlins' 5th, 6th, and 7th men in the order. Placido Polanco will lead it off for the Fish. By virtue of winning the last 2 in Kansas City, the Marlins, from that kind of watershed date that we've been talking about a lot, May 31st, have pushed their record to again over 500 since May 31st. 33 wins, 32 defeats. Kind of gone in opposite directions, although you wouldn't know by tonight, than the Giants. Auto offering is up high. 2-0.
Godin, the type of pitcher that you can see handling a lead like this early because he's generally going to stay in the strike zone.
He gets a strike there, 2-1. The Giants were 23-15 back on May 12th. Then they went on the road and went 1-5 at Toronto and Colorado. They had an awful June and they went 10-17 and a worse July, 8-17. Hitting just .238 in July. Meanwhile, the Dodgers keep winning.
Yeah, when the Marlins went in to open up that 4-game series in San Francisco, the Giants were 37-34. They were looking a lot better than the Dodgers at that time.
Yeah, what was the Dodger mark? They were,
I'm not
they were
sure,
under
but
500 then.
The Dodgers have gone 40-8.
Amazing.
In their last 48 games. Incredible.
They're now 70-50. They have won 8 straight. They've opened up a 7.5 game lead in their division. It's a strange year if you look at the National League with so many teams. 9 of the 15 are under 500. It's almost the haves and the have-nots this year. Oh, good pitch there. Took something off that one and strikes out Placido Polanco.
It's a good pitch because you figure in that situation you're not going to see the breaking ball, and that's what he got.
So here's Adeiny Echeverria hitting .234 on the season, 2 homers, 26 RBIs. Tommy, 8 of those teams I mentioned under 500 are at least 8 games under 500. It's a weird year. Is there going to be a playoff race in terms of a team in or out?
You know, you look at the Central. Wild card team will probably come out of the Central.
Both of them, right?
Yeah, you're going to have 3 teams: the Pirates, the Cardinals, and the Reds, more than likely in postseason. Dodgers have a nice lead over the Diamondbacks. And certainly the Braves, 14.5 games ahead of Washington.
There'll be some jockeying as to who wins the Central. And a lot of crazy things have happened in baseball history. There's a lot of baseball to go. That's fouled off. But right now, the team on the outside of the wild card is Arizona. They're 62-57, and they're 6 games behind Cincinnati. After that, it's Washington, and then the Rockies and the Mets come into the conversation. And the Rockies
maybe
right
your
under.
conversation.
Well, I mean, just line drive to right field. There's Pence going over there, makes a nice catch. I mean, they're not. You're right. They're not in the conversation, but they're already, you know, with that little list they put up, they're on the page.
They're on the page. That's all you need. You need to make the page.
So 2 outs, and Jake Marisnick is coming up.
But the Marlins, we've gone back to that May 31st date. Coming into tonight's game, have played a game over 500, 33-32.
Strike right on the corner from Godin. Big gap in right center for for Jake, I should say. And he offered at it 0-2. Marisnik had a very good finish on Wednesday in Kansas City, went 2 for 4. Prior to that, he was 4 for 25 on the road trip. What adjustments do you think he has to make here?
Well, he's made a little. He's tried to back off the plate because the pitchers were really pounding him hard with good fastballs in and tying him up. And now lately he's chased a few pitches off the plate that we didn't see him earlier. So it's kind of a back and forth situation.
Excellent pitch right on the corner. Slider from Godin, and he gets Marisnik, and the Fish go 1-2-3 in the second. Early lead for the Giants. For more on this one, let's go down to Allison Williams.
Hey there, Craig. Here we are in the third inning, and the Giants have already scored 7 runs. That's nearly double what they score on average in a game. The Giants' offense this year really struggling. A big reason why they're just 53-67 is Eovaldi able to get a quick out here when he certainly needed. Take a look at their offensive numbers. Batting average not too bad at .259, 4th best in the NL. But in runs per game, home runs, and stolen bases, they are second to last in the league. And even their ERA, which has really been what's carried the Giants franchise in previous years, up over 4 towards the bottom of the National League West. That's a big reason why this year they're just 53-67. And I'll tell you what, guys, that 4-run first inning was huge for the Giants because they are 41-12 when they score 4 or more runs this year. So some big offensive numbers early for the Giants. Certainly not what we are used to seeing from them this year.
Thank you, Allison. 1-1 on Chad Godin. It's got to feel great for the pitchers to get that kind of support, and certainly Nathan Eovaldi got to be jealous of that, as he has had no support, and I mean none, as Tommy mentioned earlier, last 5 starts. Strikes out Godin for the second out.
Yeah, we talked about it. No runs of support each of his last 5 starts. Since 1974, only 3 pitchers have gone 6 consecutive starts with no runs of support.
Marco Scutaro 1 for 2 in the game, single to start the game off, 9-pitch at bat, scored, and then grounded out to first in the second inning. 3 at bats here in the ball game, and here in the top of the third. You like that as a leadoff man.
And Craig, the opposite of the lack of support for Eovaldi. The last 2 times the Giants scored 7 or more runs were Chad Gaudin starts.
So you can't blame me. See, that's the proof. Fastball is up high. 2 balls and a strike. That pop-up will go out of play.
It's always a tough transition for a starting pitcher. The first 2 innings, you'd like to just forget. So you want to try to put it together, try to figure out what you've been doing wrong, what hasn't worked, and at least finish with a couple of good innings.
And at this point, would you expect Mike Redmond to try and get 5 innings out of Eovaldi?
Yeah, you'd like to get 5. That helps the bullpen situation.
You think a little more about the rest of the series and just starting out here? No one took the mask
look at
off.
Brian Gorman.
Wow.
A little professional courtesy with Jeff Mathis going out to the mound. He really didn't need to go out and talk to Nate Eovaldi. He was just going to give Brian Gorman a little extra time. Veteran umpire. Family of umpires. Tom Gorman.
Tom Gorman. Up the middle, got over Eovaldi's glove, and that's going to be an infield base hit. Nice backhand snag by Solano, but Scutaro's now 2 for 3.
Well, all the damage has been done by the first 5 hitters. Hitters 6, 7, and 8, including Gaudin, number 9. The pitchers haven't gotten any hits. So all the damage, first part of the lineup.
124 hits now for Scutaro. Brandon Crawford is 2 for 2. Line shot right at the center fielder, Marisnik. And he pulls it in, and that's the 3rd out of the inning. Giants held off the board for the first time. I don't know what camera 12 does when the Marlins are on the road, but he's happy to be back at work. And the Clevelander, Chad Gaudin, gets set for his 3rd inning of work. He's allowed 2 hits, struck out 3 so far. Jeff Mathis will lead it off for the Fish. And another good start for Godin as he starts off with a strike.
Well, it's tough. You're Jeff Mathis. You come up for the first time. Your team's down 7-0, and you've already been out there about an hour.
0-2 as he swings and misses. Jeff been struggling a little bit. Had a rough road trip. Went 3 for 21. 143. He is getting excited about football season, though. He's as you might imagine, growing up not too far from Tallahassee, he's a big Florida State fan. Told me he was a season ticket holder. Went there.
He's a Tampa Bay fan.
No, he didn't mention Tampa Bay.
You can imagine him being Florida
Could
State.
be.
They recruited him.
They did. He was an outstanding high school quarterback. Went to the state title game in 2000. Swings and misses that one and is a strikeout victim. Godin struck out 4 of the first 8 so far.
Well, he mixes it up. His fastball, you've seen 90, 91, but he has a really good slider. When you hear the term it's a tight slider, that means it's hard for a hitter to pick it up, and it darts away from right-handers right at the last minute.
Yeah, for a guy that doesn't throw very hard, Tom, he has 87 strikeouts now in 95 1/3.
Yeah, almost a strikeout an
Wow.
inning.
And he is made a laser beam.
It's a great example. Evaldi came into the game 41 strikeouts, 60 innings. So ratio-wise, Godin has a better ratio, strikeouts to innings pitched. Yet Nate Evaldi we've seen throw 97, 98, 99 miles an hour. So you have to have that complementary, that secondary pitch to put hitters away with.
And Godin has it with that, as Tommy mentioned, the great slider and what he calls a two-seam changeup. And look at this, Nate Evaldi, base hit to right field. He's going to get to first. Pence took a look at him, but it was fairly deep here. This is a harder ballpark probably to throw out a pitcher on a shot to right field. So a base hit, the Marlins get their 3rd hit.
One of the few times Godin got a pitch up and a solid swing by Evaldi. Yeah, you get in a small ballpark, let's say Philadelphia,
yeah.
The right fielder is going to be a lot closer. Of course, Pence familiar with that ballpark. And sorry to hear that Charlie Manuel was let go today. Heard that news today.
One of my favorite guys that I've met in baseball is Charlie Manuel. I love talking to him when the Phillies coming to town. He's very engaging. He had a great run.
Always had a terrific run and always there to talk to. He loved to talk hitting. He loved to talk about his ball club.
Christian Yelich struck out in the 1st. That's down low, 2-0. Charlie Manuel's Phillies were 14 games under 500. Forever will be remembered in Philly winning that 2008 World Championship. And Ryan Sandberg takes over as the interim manager.
I think this is a period of time where the front office will assess Ryan Sandberg as a manager. Because a lot of people thought he would be the heir apparent anyway.
There's a base hit for Yelich. And Evaldi's going to get over to 3rd base. In fact, Yelich is going to go into 2nd base with good hustle. Read the ball very well. It was a large gap in right center. And the Marlins have 2nd and 3rd.
Good job by Yelich, and it's one of the things on the road trip we saw the 2 youngsters, Yelich and Marisnik. A couple of pitches now Godin has gotten up, by the way, but we saw both the youngsters show their ability to run the bases. They're both very good base runners, alert, pitch up. Yelich sees double. Even though Pence cut that ball off, it was deep enough, he knew he'd get to 2nd base.
So here's Donovan Solano for Yelich. That's his 4th double of the season. Solano has done very well with runners in scoring position. Takes the curveball inside Donovan's hitting .357 to lead the Marlins, which may be surprising to Marlin fans. He has a quiet way of going about his business, but he's been very effective with runners on. Fastball up high, 2-0. Got Giancarlo waiting on deck. And, you know, there's a lot of baseball left. We're only in the third inning here.
Hey, you get a little bit here, a little bit there. You keep them from scoring anymore, and all of a sudden you can get back in the game.
That's one of the beauties of baseball. Marlins had 2 on in the first, and Morrison hit into the double play. Remember, the Giants hit a double play ball, sharply hit, that Echeverria couldn't handle and really helped the inning out. Short right field, Pence on the run. Can he get it? No, it's foul ball. Just died foul.
However, in order for the Marlins to do that, they're going to have to do something they haven't done in quite a while. They scored 10 runs to beat Cleveland 10-0. Since that game, the most runs they've scored in a game was 5 in the game on the day game in Kansas City. So it's they're going to have to do something they haven't done a lot of, and that's score a good amount of runs.
There's just a few outbursts this year. It's kind of sprinkled in. They've had 2 runs or less in about, I believe, 50% of their games. Two and 1 on Solano. Missed that one, 2-2. Guy had signed go down to a minor league deal in the offseason. He was a non-roster invitee to camp. And you'd have to think a pretty nice surprise here for the Giants, and probably earning himself a deal well beyond this season. 2-2 pitch, soft drop, right field, and Pence coming in, not going to get it. Goes off his leg. He pulled a little fake to hold up Yelich at second. The Marlins get a run on the base hit by Solano. Another hit with runners in scoring position, and the pitcher on the board.
We talked about it, his ability with runners in scoring position. He's going to be over 360 now. But how he stays back, how in the first inning with nobody on, he got the base hit to left field. But he gets in this situation, he has a way of staying back so well. A little decoy by Pence, it didn't work. The ball trickled away from him. Yelich moved up, and Eovaldi was able to score.
RBI number 21 for Solano. Has been a hot RBI man for the Marlins last few weeks. 15 RBIs now, last 20 games for Solano. And here's Giancarlo. Makes the curve down low for a ball, 1-0. Stanton singled in the first inning. Hard hit ball up the middle. Takes another one, gets away. And Solano not able to get a good jump there to get to second base. You like to see him go to second on that?
Yeah, Solano mad at himself that he didn't get the jump. Yeah, we have an angle. We can see how that ball caromed away from the catcher, Sanchez. Got a little different angle where he is, but you can tell by his reaction he thought he should have been at second.
Pitch to Giancarlo, soft hit to first base, and it's foul. One pitch to Stanton. And a high pop-up. Crawford will back up just out of the infield to make the catch for the second out.
People talk about Giancarlo maybe not seeing pitches to hit. Talk pretty good pitch there. Here comes a fastball. Middle in. Just doesn't quite get to it. As they say, he didn't get to it on time. Just a little late. And by doing that, he popped up.
Logan Morrison stands in, first and third, 2 outs. Tommy, there's an error on the board where you're hearing it on the base hit by Solano. They're giving Pence an error for allowing Yelich to go to third.
I think he would have gotten there
second.
anyway. Yeah, I think he would have gotten there anyway.
I agree with you.
I mean, he had a hold up, but he was a third of the way to third base. He would have gone there anyway.
That's a costly out, though, for Giancarlo. Not productive to at least get the run in here. You want to try and at least get 2 and chip away.
And when that happens, it makes this at-bat even more important for Logan Morrison.
Morrison hit into that inning-ending 4-6-3 double play in the first. Did not hit the ball hard. But as we mentioned, hitting nearly 300 last 20 games. And that 4-hit game earlier in August against Cleveland. Two-0 pitch coming to Morrison with 2 on. Hit it hard, right center field. It's going to drop and score at least 1. Yelich is in, Solano rounding third. He's going to score, and Logan Morrison with a big hit, a double. The drive in 2, and it's now 7-3. Monster 2-out hit for Logan Morrison.
Boy, that's a thing of beauty by Lomo, and how important that 2-out base hit is with Stanton hitting the pop-up. Little redemption. He made an error earlier in the game, but finds that gap in right center. As soon as it found that gap, you were looking for Solano to score from first base as well.
The hitters are picking on that right center field gap. Sandoval went there, Pence went there, and now Morrison all had 2-run doubles in this ball game already. So 10 runs. And we're in the bottom of the third in this game, and the Marlins are inching their way back into it.
Well, that's how crazy this game is. You got the 2 teams that are in the bottom of the league in all the offensive categories. And here we are with all these runs and hits, and we're in the 3rd inning.
We spent countless time in our opening on the pitching and the lack of offense in the pregame with Jeff and Allison. Runners in scoring position, throw it all out the window. It's 7-3 here. 14 hits in the game. Placido Polanco stands in. A base hit, make it a 7-4 game. Fastball way outside. Placido came in this season a career .299 hitter in over 6,800 at-bats, hitting .253 on the year.
Yeah, we've talked about his hit total, 2,122 base hits in his long career.
Too much time, so Polanco will ask for a break. Chad Godin always has that little smirk, it appears, on his face as he looks in. The Harahan, Louisiana native, ready to deal a 1-1 pitch. Inside, 2-1. Marlins home for a nice long 10-game homestand. 3 against the Giants. We'll see the hot Dodgers in here Monday to Thursday. And then the Rockies in the back end of the homestand. 2-1 pitch. Well outside on the breaking ball.
All of a sudden, Godin has left some pitches up in this inning, and he hasn't had that nice tight slider to put hitters away with.
Does he give Polanco a pitch to hit here, or does he pitch carefully with Echeverria on deck and first base open?
He doesn't have to give in. If he feels his slider's a little better, he may go with that, but he can throw his fastball.
And Polanco rips it down the line. And that's going to score Morrison, and the Marlins are back in this ball game on a 4-run third as Polanco has a 2-out base hit to drive in Logan Morrison.
Well, he went with a fastball, and he did what he's done this entire inning. He's got a lot of pitches up, and he got the fastball up to Polanco, and Placido was absolutely ready for it.
Placido's seen a lot of pitches in this game. He had a 3-2 count in the first and a 3-1 count here.
A couple of big 2-out base hits produced 3 runs, 4 runs total in the inning.
This ballpark gets a lot of knocks for its distance. It is a big park, but you can see in this ball game, if you find that real estate, you could score a lot of runs here, and that's what's happened. And there's not even a close play or an attempt on these hits. And especially, Tommy, you know, they have charts and they play to right, like here, they're shading them to right center. You find that other spot in left center, and you can run for a while. With Adeiny Echeverria up here, up the middle, base hit. The Marlins have their 8th hit. They've matched the Giants. Their 6th of the inning. First and second. This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Miami Marlins may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and description of this game may be not disseminated without the express written consent of the Miami Marlins.
That's one thing about Mike Redmond's club all year. We've seen him down a lot, especially in April and May, but he's been able to keep this club, the young players, keep them fighting, keep them coming back.
So down 7-0, 4 runs, 6 hits in the inning. Guess what? Marisnick representing the tying run here, as Godin's having trouble getting the off-speed stuff over the plate. And it's not close enough to make the hitters nibble.
Yeah, and Craig, Mike's had them fighting a lot of times when they haven't had as much ammunition as the other club.
That one's down low as well. Another off-speed pitch, 79 miles an hour, 2-0 to Marisnick.
This is where you want to maybe look for a middle in if they're going to try to crowd him with the fastball, because Godin hasn't gotten the breaking ball over. He's shown that. So if it is middle in, be ready for it.
9th hitter of the inning. Popped it up toward the dugout. Give it a look, and it's into the crowd. About 3 rows back is.
Well, we've seen some great catches in the stands tonight. So you mentioned fans should bring gloves. The 2 fans we've seen didn't need gloves.
It was right over Mr. Laurier's head right there, as a matter of fact.
Over the shoulder, barehanded grab. I got it. No problem.
No beer, no nothing. Nobody had any trouble with drinks or food, which could happen sometimes. So 2-1 count now on Marisnick with 2 on in a 7-4 game. And Godin struggling. That's his 59th pitch, and the Giant pen is up and going. Jose Mijares, the lefty.
Well, I think Bruce Bochy and Dave Righetti, his pitching coach, they can see that Godin doesn't have the stuff he had earlier. Missing with everything up, fastballs and sliders.
So for the 400th time this year, Jeff Mathis will come up with the bases loaded after the walk. Boy, would a base hit be nice now for the Marlins. 7-4 game. Doesn't it seem like he comes up with the bases loaded
all the time? It was
every other
actually
game?
Mathis who started this inning and struck out against Godin.
Officially, Mathis has come up 11 times this year, now 12 with the bases loaded. He has 2 hits, including, of course, that game-winning grand slam against San Diego, way outside 1-0. Marlins with bases loaded. Polanco's on third. Echeverria on second. Marisnick on first. No other Marlin is close to Mathis, the exception of Echeverria, 10 at-bats. Ruggiano 9 with bases loaded. Most guys around 3 or 4. Some reason bottom of the order though. Very busy with opportunities with the bags jammed. 1-0 pitch and a high pop-up, and this one will stay in the infield. Not an easy play, but Sanchez will grab it as Sandoval was there. So Mathis pops up with the bases loaded, but it was a good inning for the Marlins. They scored 4 runs and they're back in the ball game after 3. Miami Marlins baseball on Fox Sports Florida is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. By AT&T UVerse. Check availability at 1-800-PIC-ATT. Rethink possible. By Just for Men Mustache and Beard. And by Checkers. Feast on. Friday night. Always a lot of action for the weekend. A lot of action here. As the Giants got off to a 7-0 lead. And Miami came back with 4 in the third. Noticing out at Fenway, the Yankees have gotten out to a 7-0 lead, and now the Red Sox trying to rally back. They scored a run in the bottom of their game, 7-1.
I'll tell you, 2 stories out of that game.
Well hit ball over the head of Marisnick, diving, going after it, I should say, goes off the track and over the wall, and it'll be a double for Brandon Belt to lead off this 4th inning. What's
Well,
that,
again,
Tom?
we see Brandon Belt swing the way the Giants know he can. 2 stories out of that game at Fenway Park for the Yankees. They had just acquired, the Yankees did, Mark Reynolds. He's playing first base tonight. His first at bat, he homered. And Alfonso Soriano came into the game. His last 3 games, he was 10 for 14 with 4 home runs and 14 RBIs. Well, he's 2 for 2 tonight with another home run and 4 RBIs.
Wow.
He is on fire.
I think I heard the record for 3 games was 16 We'll have to check out what the record is for 4 games.
So he has 18 RBIs, 5 home runs, and
Wow.
18 RBIs his last 4 games. And that one's not over yet.
No, that's early. Well, it's given the Yankees a big power bat, and they've been struggling with runs all year as well. Get him, Reynolds.
And by the way, this is not what Nate Eovaldi wanted to do in this 4th inning. Boy,
Ground ball, base hit.
They're just having good swings.
That'll score Brandon Belt, and the Giants increase their lead back to 8. Now, Tommy, with a different complexion, with the Marlins scoring 4 runs, do you have a different thought now on Eovaldi?
Yes, you do. And I think for Hunter Pence, he was just happy to realize that that was a scoreboard error and not his error last inning. But a breaking ball up, and that's where Eovaldi's been all night, and the Giants have taken advantage of it.
Yeah, scoreboard that here at the ballpark still has that error up there.
So we're giving the scoreboard an error.
How do you put that in the book? Action in the Marlins bullpen. Pablo Sandoval reaches out, base hit, 2-hopper to Stanton. Pence will stop at third. Stanton overthrows the cutoff man. 1st and 3rd now for the Giants, and this, you know, you score 4 runs on 6 hits back in the game. Yeah, this is the last thing you want to see is 3 quick hits. And see the Giants increase that lead again.
Yeah, this is deflating right now because everybody was feeling pretty good with the Marlins putting up the 4th spot in the bottom of the 3rd, and you were hoping that Eovaldi could go out, shut the Giants down, maybe go 5 innings, but that doesn't look like it's going to happen right now. Jeff Mathis out there just to give the bullpen a little time.
Here's our AT&T social media poll question tonight, presented by AT&T. Who's the biggest flop in 2013? LA Angels, San Francisco Giants, Nationals, hashtag LAA flop, hashtag Giant flop, or Nat flop. Hector Sanchez with 1st and 3rd. Takes that inside.
I think I'm going to go Nat flop on that one. It's either between Angels or Nationals.
Defending World Series champs right here. 14 under. 1-0 pitch. Well, the Marlins came back in '98. Obviously had that 108 loss season, but that was a team that was dismantled completely. Not the case here with the Giants. They just have not had the pitching and the hitting synced up this season. 2-0 pitch catches the inside corner. Free swinging Hector Sanchez. He had only, in 74 games last year, 5 walks. And he rips that one deep to right field. Well hit. Stanton going back, and it is gone into the bullpen. And for the second straight game, Hector Sanchez is in a 3-run homer. And the Giants indeed have that lead back with a 4-run 4th.
Yeah, the Marlins' 4 runs was wiped out in a hurry. And a good decision by Bochy to get Sanchez in there, catching after his big pinch hit 3-run homer last night.
(11-4) San Francisco.
Fastball middle of the plate and just jacked by Sanchez.
So that'll do it for Nathan Eovaldi. A very rough night here, to say the least, as the Giants have scored 11 runs on 12 hits, and he still doesn't have an out here in the 4th inning. Looks like the Marlins are going to make a double switch. We'll check in on that when we come back. And fans, pick up a Pepsi 4 for $54 pack and don't miss Family Sunday, August the 18th, as your fish paddle the Giants at 110. Celebrate Billy the Marlins' birthday and back-to-school day at the ballpark. Kids get a Marlins messenger bag, courtesy of Office Depot, and get to run the bases after the game in the Diamond Dash. Go to marlins.com for tickets. Always fun on a Sunday afternoon with the roof closed for the ball game. Then they'll open it up for the dash around the field. Double switch here for the Marlins.
Yeah, Ruggiano comes in to play center field. He'll bat in the number 9 spot. Ryan Webb comes in and will hit in Jake Marisnick's spot. Here's the irony of this game. 5 consecutive starts for Nathan Eovaldi. He had not gotten any runs of support. Tonight he gets 4 runs, but he gives up 11.
He got 8 hits as well. So just one of those disastrous nights you want to forget about. Roger Kieschnick facing Ryan Webb.
It's one of those nights as a starting pitcher, you just go back to the drawing board, get ready for your next day, your in-between start throw day. Try to iron out some things and get ready for your next one, which will be against his former team, the Dodgers.
Yeah, Eovaldi had a 2.82 ERA in 10 starts. Coming in, that ball hit down the line right field by Kieschnick, and it is fair ball. And he'll go for a double. In fact, he's going to try to go to third. I don't know if Stanton had trouble in the corner there, and he does get to third with a extra base hit for Kieschnick.
Well, there have been 2 doubles. There's been a single. There's been a home run. And if there's no problem in the corner for Stanton, there'll be a triple in this inning.
That's a cycle. Let's see what happened here.
Kieschnick thought it might go foul. Stanton was playing over a little bit, not expecting him to pull.
Oh, went off his hand.
A little trouble. He tried to barehand it. So it'll be a triple all the way for Kieschnick.
So Gregor Blanco standing in. He's 0 for 1 on a walk. There's the play in the corner. Stanton might have been fortunate he didn't get an error. I know he didn't barehand it, but
tough to give a guy an error when he tries to barehand it like that.
I wonder though if he went after with the glove. It looked like Kieschnick was kind of holding up and then read the play over there or picked up the coach. So it's a cycle for the Giants here in the 4th inning and a single. Marlins have the infield in. That's something you see more often nowadays, Tommy. The infield in, 7-run type game, 4th inning.
A lot of it depends on the part of the order. You have Gregor Blanco up there. He's 0 for his last 8. He's struggled since the All-Star break. Then you have the pitcher spot.
I've talked to Perry Hill a bit about this. He's been surprised a few times where teams, even late in game, have not pulled the infield in. And if you want to keep that run from scoring, especially up the middle, that's the only way to do it. A ball on the ground. Where you get killed here is you get the little bloop over the shortstop or second baseman. That went off the pitcher, and look at that. Infield hit Webb, went over to Solano. Safe at first, and another run for the Giants.
Well, the Giants cannot do anything wrong. Let's hope Ryan Webb is okay. He appears to be. See where this ball gets him. Looks like it got him on the heel. Caromed over to Solano, but too late. Blanco runs well. And in the meantime, Kieschnick scored from third.
Blanco flying down the line there. Solano thought he probably would have a shot at him. He did everything he could. So the Giants have their 14th hit. Chad Godin will bat. He was on the brink of leaving the ball game, which no pitcher wants to do with a nice lead. You want to get at least through 5 innings. Squares the bunt, pulls back. The Giants have had 17 hits 3 times this season, but I would bet they haven't had 14 in 3+ innings all season. Valdi's ERA, by the way, went up over a run, 2.82 to 3.96. Fastball on the corner. Godin bunting here, pulls back, 1-2.
Looking quickly, Craig. Got a good feeling this is a season high in runs for the Giants as well. Scored 10 a couple times. And yeah, 12 is a season high already.
Oh, nice breaking ball for Webb to strike out Chad Godin and get the first out of the inning. 7 batters into the 4th.
How about Godin, the pitcher, in the 9th spot? He's had 3 ABs already. 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts.
So here's Marco Scutaro. Good game for him so far. He's 2 for 3.
I think I've noticed when we see Ryan Webb in a situation where it looks like he's going to give you more than just 1 inning or more than a righty-righty matchup, he'll throw that curveball a little bit. He'll drop that slow breaking ball in.
He had a sensational start to the season for Miami. Had that long streak for a while without allowing any runs. 17 1/3 scoreless streak was snapped back in May. Overall ERA is 3.69, and he's actually had pretty good numbers, a 1.99 ERA last 21 appearances. Sometimes that can be misleading though, the ERA.
Especially for a middle reliever.
Yeah, come in with guys on base, it's not your ERA that gets damaged. Pitch down low to Marco Scutaro. Marco was born in Venezuela, but you want to where the name comes from. His father, Donato, is from Italy. His mother was from Spain. The family emigrated to Venezuela after World War II. I don't know if Marco is a Venezuelan name, but certainly an Italian name, right, Tommy?
Got the good Italian genes here. So he can go with a lot of different food varieties
Yeah.
in his background.
Yeah. His mom, Nalita, from Spain. 3-1 pitch is taken for a strike. 3-2. Wacky game here to start the homestand. 12 runs, 14 hits for the Giants, 4 runs, 8 hits for the Marlins, and we're only in the top of the 4th. Runner goes up the middle. Webb looked at second. Won't have a play there with the runner in motion. Second out of the inning as Blanco goes to second. Nice shot from outfield fence. Some great viewpoints here
Boy,
at Marlins Park.
Most runs, Craig, the Marlins have allowed this year. Back in June, they lost 13-7 to the Cardinals.
Crawford 2 for 3, 2 singles, and he has scored 2 runs.
Didn't we talk about how poorly the Giants had been with runners in scoring position? 189 their last 14 games.
I thought you told me that.
Tonight they're 8 for 12. Bruce Bochy saying, where have these guys been?
Yeah. There's Boch.
Couple of World Series title, won a pennant with the Padres. back in '98.
Had a great run as a manager, 19 consecutive years. That's the longest consecutive streak for anybody active in baseball.
I got one for you. The longest tenured manager now in the National League East is Freddie Gonzalez.
Wow. Wow. And that's with Atlanta. I mean, you're saying with one team. One team? Yeah. Did he go? No. Look down at third at Tony Randazzo. 1-2.
Well, he's been longer than Davey Johnson has been with the Nationals, longer than Terry Collins, longer than Mike Redmond, and of course Charlie Manuel let go today.
Well, that was the hook on your story right there.
That's right. There's always a hook.
Webb fastball, nice pitch, inside corner strikeout. Looking on Crawford against the Marlins out of the inning, but not before the Giants score 4 more times on 6 more hits. The Giant bats have come alive. 12 runs and 14 hits. You by Honda. Visit your Honda dealer for great lease and finance deals on fuel-efficient Hondas. And by Coventry Healthcare Florida, lighting the way to better health. Hey, nice to have you aboard with us Friday night here in South Florida. Rough one for the Marlins, who look like they're going to get right back in this game with a 4-run third. Remember, they left the bases loaded as well, but the Giants came back with 5 more in the 4th and have regained a big lead, up by 8. As we begin the bottom of the 4th, and we do it with Justin Ruggiano standing in. Came in a double switch last inning and came in feeling a lot better about things into this ball game, Tommy.
Yeah, he was finally able to snap that 0 for 42, had a 3-hit game, had an RBI, scored a run, got the weight of the world off his back. There it is, bingo. I saw him around the batting cage today, and I said, are more guys talking to you now?
Yeah.
Because it comes to a point in time where you just don't know what to say.
He said, we had a group in our studio for the pregame the other day with the 2-1 count, and right as we went to the break, they all started clapping and kind of rooting on Justin Ruggiano. Camps for children, they were in that group out of Palm Beach County and Broward County. Really nice young kids, about 40 of them were there, and they were cheering loudly right as we went to the break before the game, saying, let's go, Justin. But Ruggiano told me that he said the guys were kind of doing that before the game in Kansas City, getting them going. Hey, today's the day, today's the day.
It was great to see the reaction of his teammates.
Yeah.
Because you know what? That's what teammates are all about.
And Ruggiano gets into this one.
Wow.
Deep to left field. Could it be his first homer of the year at home? Justin Ruggiano, number 13 on the season.
Well, Mike Redmond makes the double switch. Ruggiano leads off. And you're right, 13 home runs, and that's the first one he's hit here at Marlins Park. All right. There's that breaking ball again. It hasn't been there for Godin since the first couple of innings.
Ruggiano now ties Giancarlo Stanton, despite a lack of playing time lately, for the team lead in home runs with 13.
Well, the Marlins came into this game. We talked about it on the road trip. That's only their second home run in their last 13 games.
Christian Yelich takes ball 2. But you know, Bochy's trying to get Godin through 5 innings. But he may lose his patience at some point here.
Well, he had Mijares, the left-hander, had him up earlier.
2-0 count, gets the strike, 2-1. There's Boch. His bench coach, Ron Wotus. Yelich, he's 2 for 3.
He's the guy certainly that Sergi and the Giants didn't see in San Francisco. Christian was in Double-A at the time.
Let's take a look at our Toyota trends here in the bottom of the 4th inning. A fall from grace since May 14th. The Giants win percentage .366, second lowest in all of baseball, to Houston's .358. A couple of weeks after that, the Marlins took off. Struggled recently, but still are, as we said, a game over 500 since May 31st. Well, that's a big fall for a defending world champion. I was reading a note somewhere. It's one of the worst title defenses since the series was created 110 years ago.
Now there's Jose Mijares again getting loose. It won't take him too long. He was throwing last inning.
So Donovan Solano, 2 for 2 in the game. Average up to .266. He's 10 for his last 30 now. Gets that one out of play.
Godin had a start not too long ago. He gave up 6. That's the most he's allowed in any of his 11 starts this year. And so far he's given up 5 here.
And swing and a miss. Yeah, tipped it. Caught by Sanchez for the first out of the inning. Strikeout number 5 for Godin.
Well, let's see if the Marlins can do something they haven't done since July 6th.
And what might that be?
That is hit 2 home runs in a game. That was done here at Marlins Park. Logan Morrison and Derek Dietrich were the 2 that homered.
2 lefties. Giancarlo takes strike 1. Stanton is 1 for 2 in the game, and a single in the first, a pop up in the third. And he pops another one up. And this one will go back into the crowd. Boy.
You know, Stanton's getting frustrated too. We saw him pop up a fastball, this time hanging, breaking ball, belt high, middle of the plate. That's a pitch he hits 450 feet.
Stanton's average on balls put in play for a year up to August was .317. This month, coming in, balls put in play, .217. Throw in a 37% strikeout ratio, and you got a horrendous stretch going. Hits that one pretty well. Deep to center field, but back here is Blanco, way back in center field, and makes the catch.
Had a much better swing at that breaking ball, got under it a little bit, and unfortunately it was just straight away center field.
Yeah, he hit that one a long way. That's out of a lot of
And
parks.
Stan may think to himself, yeah, it's out of a lot of parks, but you know what? He's hit a whole lot more home runs here than he has on the road. He's hit over 300 here and not on the road.
And I might flirt with the wall at a lot of parks too, because it still was on the grass, Tommy, and it's a 400-foot shot, maybe a little more than that. A lot of center. You just came from a place, what 410 was it? Kansas City.
Kauffman Stadium's a tough park. There was only one home run hit in that series, but Billy Butler. By the way, South Florida's Eric Hosmer having a nice double header. Homered in the first game of that series against the Tigers, and has homered in the second game as
He
well.
came alive in the last game. I think he had a couple of doubles. And what a great interview with Allison Williams. Morrison fly ball down the left field line, out of play, 1-1. He was a monster Marlins fan. What surprised me about the interview was he said his favorite player, did you hear
Chucky
that?
Carr.
Chucky Carr. He had to be 6 or 7 years old for that team.
Yeah, Kansas City won the first game of that doubleheader 2-1. They beat Verlander, and they're up 2-0.
Wow.
In the 7th inning of Game 2.
Well, no doubt they were looking to make the Marlins a launching pad in that series, but the Marlins beat them 2 out of 3 after losing the first game of the series. 2 out of 3 overall. Logan takes inside. I would have thought Hosmer would have said Mike Lowell, a Jeff Conine, a Gary Sheffield. He was a fan of both of the World Championship
teams. Sheffield
teams.
in there, but he mentioned Chucky Carr first.
Maybe a Levon Hernandez for his excitement, but Chucky Carr. And which Preston Wilson told me, the famous quote from Chucky Carr, don't bunt. He would use his name.
Yeah, Chucky spoke in first person like Ricky Henderson.
Except he used his full name, right? Ricky Henderson was a Ricky.
Well, when you're a Hall of Famer, you just have to use your first name.
Did you ever play with anyone who liked to use that form?
I can't recall anybody.
See, I would think
I do. Yeah,
Who?
I do remember Oscar Gamble.
Oh. I was going to say Willie Montanez because he was a flashy guy. Hey, Morrison works out a walk here. And that puts 2 on. And let's see, there's a little stirring here. Could that be it for... Now it looks like Righetti is going to come out. And maybe... What do you think this conversation's about here? This your last chance, Chad?
First of all, you've got right-handers coming up. And Mijares, a left-hander, is warming up in the bullpen. We told you before the game, in his 11 previous starts, the most number of pitches he's thrown is 98. And he's already at 83. What a good pitching coach. Dave Righetti's done a terrific job over the years. He's had some great arms to work with. We'll see one of those tomorrow night in Matt Cain. Left-hander Madison Bumgarner on Sunday.
Righetti working his way back from rehab.
He had some surgery, Dave Righetti did.
What a great pitcher.
That might have been to stall a little time, too, to get the right-hander ready. But right-handers do up. And remember, Ryan Webb hitting in Marisnik's spot.
So here's Placido Polanco, 2 on, 2 out for the Marlins. Righetti was another one of those guys, and there aren't that many who are great at both relieving and starting.
Yeah, he was kind of like an Eckersley, a Smoltz.
John Smoltz did it.
Dave Righetti
from the left side.
Threw a no-hitter.
Holy cow.
And very successful out of the bullpen as well.
Yeah. Pitch to Polanco, grounded to third base, backhanded nicely by Sandoval, and he goes to the back and gets the Giants out of the inning. Marlins leave 2 on base. We'll be back for more Marlins baseball after this sports injury prevention message from Cleveland Clinic, Florida.
Es presentado en SAP por Coventry Healthcare of Florida.
And welcome back. Fox Sports 1 debuting tomorrow night around the country in over, I believe it's close to 100 million homes, 90 million plus homes. Be very exciting for our network. Right here, Ryan Webb trying to just keep the Giants at bay. It's funny to even think of the Marlins being in this game, but they've been a hit away again from kind of climbing back into it. Left the bases loaded on in the third, 2 more on in the fourth, and they're down here 12-5, 24 hits through 4 innings. Belt, it's a ground ball to Lomo. He makes the 3-1 play. They get the leadoff hitter. Now it's time for our Just for Men mustache and beard play like a champ profile. It is on Justin Ruggiano. Doesn't need the Just for Men yet. 3 for 4. Snapped that Marlins record, career long 42 AB hitless streak. I think Justin may have a streak or two of gray stuck in there.
Yeah, we had a list. There were some names of some pretty good players that had offers as long as that. One of them was Craig Counsell.
Craig Counsell, yeah.
2011.
Was he 0 for 45?
Yeah, I think 0 for 45.
You know, the problem with a slump like that is Hunter Pence comes in. I would imagine, Tommy, you know, that's not something you just think about at the ballpark. That's hard to get away from, I would think, when you're having dinner.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're home and you're playing with your kids and you just probably.
I mean, playing with your kids helps.
Yeah.
But unless you have an older kid, he goes, "Hey, Dad, when are you going to get a hit?"
His are too young, I think, to say that. Fastball, strike.
How about the duo of Hunter Pence and Pablo Sandoval tonight? 5 for 6.
Wow.
With 7 RBIs. Those 2 hitters.
Remember, Justin brought up with Allison the 90% mental quote from Yogi. Breaking ball fouled off, and it is such a mental game. Maybe the most of all sports.
Well, and the quote that was attributed to Barry Bonds, Rich talked about it. And we brought it up the other day that the longer the 0 for goes, that just means you're getting closer to getting a hit.
It's the positive way to look at it.
It's easy to say, though.
Yeah, and the other problem for him is he wasn't getting playing time anymore. So it was a pinch hit here, a pinch hit there. You don't get 4 at-bats. And he took advantage of it the other day. Good to see. Talked to him before the game about it. He had a big smile. I said, that was great. He said, well, not going through that 0 for 42. I said, no, I mean the 3 hits, especially that first hit. Sharply hit to Solano. Hey, is that 2 in a row?
Don't jinx it yet. Yeah, I would say that Justin Ruggiano handled that whole situation extremely professionally.
Been very tough for him this year, and now understanding the Marlins are getting a look at Marisnik out in the outfield. Yelich playing well at left field. Not a lot of opportunity for him. Remember last year he had .313 for the Marlins. 13 homers, 36 ribbies. Similar amount of at-bats. Actually, Tommy hit 288 at-bats last year. He's up to about 300 this year. So his RBI production is almost the same. But the average is more than 100 points lower. Sandoval, ground ball up the middle by Solano and in the center. And Pablo's got a 4-hit game. And he had been struggling big time.
About a 4-hit game, and we're only in the 5th inning.
Sandoval came in 8 for his last 51. 157 mark.
Well, Pablo Sandoval, the 2012 World Series MVP, hit 3 home runs, all of them in game 1.
Yeah.
It was 8 for 16.
Select company did 3 homers in a World Series game.
They don't call Pablo Mr. October. But he did it.
Well, maybe they should call him Mr. October. Reggie did it. Game 6, 1977. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Babe Ruth did it twice in the 20s. And Albert Pujols did it in Game 5 of 2011. But no one ever did it in their first 3 plate appearances in a World Series game. Until Pablo. And Ryan Webb strikes out Sanchez, and the Giants do not score through 4.5. They lead 12-5. Scores around the league. And here we are, National League scoreboard. Cubbies shutting out St. Louis 7-0. Cubs snapping a 4-game skid. And Pittsburgh coming back after a tough loss to St. Louis 4-2 in the 7th.
Pirates continue to play a solid ball. Dodgers with their lead. Greinke on the mound. Hanley's hit a 2-run homer.
Atlanta up on Washington 2-1 in the 6th. That critical 1-2 matchup. That's 14.5 out. Dodger game's gone on the top of the 8th. We'll see the Dodgers for 4 Monday through Thursday. It's a Jose Fernandez night on Monday night. That's going to be fun. Adeiny Echeverria leads off. Chad Godin just trying to get through the 5th here. Be in line for the win.
Well, you talk about a challenge for the young Cuban right-hander, Jose Fernandez. A challenge that Dodgers have one of the better lineups in the game, and a lineup that's been extremely hot. Yasiel Puig, he'll face a fellow Cuban. Of course, Hanley's back. He's been hot. Adrian Gonzalez has been on fire. Ethier all of a sudden swinging the bat well. That'll be a challenge for Jose.
Hanley 1 for 3 tonight. That homer you mentioned, Tom, he's up to 360 on the season, or I should say, I guess down because he went 1 for 3 so far.
He had about a week where he didn't play. Kind of tweaked that shoulder a little bit. He didn't go on the disabled list, but he's back now.
Puig's at 362. Gonzalez just shy of 300. Even down the lower part of the order.
And I think, Craig, we're going to miss Ricky Nolasco. Ricky's pitching Sunday.
That's too bad.
He's pitching Sunday, and we will not see him in the 4-game series.
1-2 to Echeverria up high. You think Ricky would have liked to pitch against the Marlins or not?
I would say yes. I would say yes. He would have liked to pitch here. Yeah.
Against his buddies.
against Stanton. It's good, buddy.
He will get a chance to relax and enjoy Miami with his teammates. And he was very close to a lot of the players here on the Marlins. And
Plus, Ricky knows where to go here,
he
too.
does. It was some very nice. I run into him at Prime 112 a few times. He's got a seat there.
Do you have your own table there?
I do not yet, but working on it. Looking to get an elbow spot at the bar. 3-2 pitch to Echeverria.
I tell you what, Bruce Bochy is doing everything, and Godin, I'm sure because he's been around, he appreciates it. Bochy's doing everything to try to get him 5 innings so he could qualify for a win.
Well, he's got a Webb. Looks like he's going to hit. He's in the on-deck circle, so the Marlins are going to try and stretch him out. Tommy mentioned there's no long man, so they're going to try and make Webb the long man here tonight. But that is not what Bochy wanted to see, a leadoff walk here in the 5th. Let's go to Allison.
Well, guys, the last time the Marlins and Giants faced one another wasn't memorable just for the fact that the Marlins went 3 of 4, but it was also a first for rookie manager Mike Redmond. You see, it was in the 5th inning of his 74th game as a big league manager when he argued this call. Gregor Blanco shot to right center, bounces in play, and then goes out of play where a fan catches it. Redmond argued that it should have been a double. Well, instead, Zito, who was on first, would end up scoring, tying the game. Blanco was awarded third. Redmond argued the call and got tossed for the first time in his big league career. He was good-spirited about it, though. After the game, he joked and said that, you know, he's going to work on being a little more animated, get a little more spittle going for next time, and try and take on the likes of a Lou Piniella or Bobby Cox. But either way, not his first career ejection. He was ejected once as a player, but his first big league ejection against the Giants back on June 22nd in San Francisco.
I think Craig and Allison, I think that would be a play that with the new rules that are going to be put into effect next year, that would be a play where you could say, okay, I'd like to challenge that.
Swing and a miss. Maybe Bobby Cox's record will be untouchable.
I think Bobby Cox's record is
it's
safe.
untouchable anyway.
Yeah.
We'll get back to that. This is only Webb's second at bat in his career. 0 for 1 last year, and not bunting at all.
Well, you can see.
Why isn't he bunting, Tommy?
It's 12-5.
Yeah. Oh, that's why.
Because he's going to get a base hit, and you can see what Red is thinking. He's saying, I need to try to stretch him out, and all of a sudden now Ryan Webb may be that long man that the bullpen doesn't have. So get the ball, his first big league hit.
All right, first big league hit. I wonder what Joe Espada told him as he went down there. Maybe he said, hey, look, you're not bunting, take a swing. Yeah, you never know. And how about that? His first major league hit. And guess what? Bruce Bochy's patience is over trying to go down through 5 innings. We think. Let's see. He hasn't made the move.
Yeah, there was nobody tossing.
Okay.
There's nobody in the bullpen tossing. We saw last inning, actually the last 2 innings, their bullpen has been busy. Maharis has thrown enough pitches down there to throw a complete game. So he's got to be ready. Here it is again. Fastball. He stays back. Goes right up the middle. Nice going, Ryan Webb.
So here's Jeff Mathis with first and second and nobody out. Outside. You see some managers will do that, Tommy. They want to make a point. There's a little more authority maybe when the manager comes out on that spot.
Yeah, Bochy's saying something like, hey, don't you know what I'm trying to do here? I'm trying to get you a win.
That kicks away. Echeverria will go to third. Webb will stay over at first base. His first time on base.
The last 3 innings, though, for Chad Godin have been a real struggle. He has had no command of his fastball, of his slider. And that's all after he had a 1-2-3 second inning.
It was actually Webb's third at bat. Struck out the first 2 times in his career. 2-0 to Mathis. That's on the corner. Good pitch. 89 mile an hour.
Perry Hill over there at first base telling Ryan Webb, okay, you got to break up 2. Webby going, what?
Remember, Justin Ruggiano came in a double switch. He is on deck. And would love to come up with the bags juiced. 3-1 count.
Goes back to the pitch counts. Most pitches go dance thrown in any game this year.
Pitch number 100 is outside, bases loaded, and here comes Ruggiano, and here comes Bruce Bochy, and that's it.
I'll tell you what, Bruce Bochy's steaming right now.
I bet you Chad Godin is steaming too.
Not as much as Bochy.
He did everything he could. He sent the pitching coach out. He came out. His team got him 12 runs on the board. And it's not enough to get Chad Godin in line for the win. Of course, the Marlins are thinking otherwise. They want to battle back in this game as we're only in the bottom of the fifth and the bag's juiced. Jose Mijares is in for the Giants. First pitch fastball is outside for ball one.
He's been kind of a guy, Craig, fastballs and sliders that's used a lot against lefties. Righties once in a while will give him a little trouble. Split time last year with two teams, Kansas City and the Giants.
49th appearance for Mijares. Line drive, base hit, and yes, it will drop. One run will score. Here comes Webb around. And the Marlins play two on a double by the red-hot Justin Ruggiano. The hits keep on coming. 12-7 now.
Well, Ruggiano didn't even start this game, and he's got 3 RBIs, a home run, and a double. Great hitting, stayed back, a lot of room down that right field line. Ryan Webb scoring. And going over to third base, Jeff Mathis.
So second and third for Yelich now, lefty-lefty matchup. Still nobody out in the fifth inning. What a strange game here tonight. 12-7. The Marlins trying to battle back into the conversation here. That caught the corner. Yelich did not like the call. 0-2. And it was outside by.
Well, that's a tough one, because you get that call to strike, then you're more apt to chase a pitch in that same area, which would be a pitcher's pitch.
Line drive, base hit by Yelich. Marlins will get another run. Station to station. Mathis scores. Ruggiano to third. 12-8.
Another 3-hit game for Christian Yelich. Mijares, after the breaking ball, tried to sneak a fastball by the young lefty, and Yelich said, I like that zone between short and third. They wanted it up. You see the target by Sanchez? He said, give me a fastball up. It's down, and Yelich put that nice swing on it.
Wasn't a bad pitch, was it? Just good hitting.
It was bad because they wanted it up.
The wrong spot.
But also good hitting on Yelich's part.
Still nobody out here in the 5th inning. 1st and 3rd now for the Marlins. And here's Donovan Solano. All he's done is go 2 for 3. Raised that lofty average with runners in scoring position. Over 360 now.
By the way, Ryan Webb getting that base hit, his first major league hit. He becomes the 11th Marlin this year to get their first major league hit.
Wow.
And he may get another AB. I'll tell you what, though, if it gets to his turn again, we'll probably see a pinch hitter.
May get one this inning, depending on what happens.
Yeah, but we'd see a pinch hitter then.
Line off foul. But that's a big hit there. I mean, the Marlins decided not to bunt it down by 7. They know the risk is if he puts the ball in play in the infield, he could have a double play, and he comes through with a hard base hit up the middle.
Yeah, sometimes you roll the dice. That time it paid off.
Mijares way outside, 1-1.
Right now, the Giants are saying, hey, we've scored 12 runs, and we don't feel real comfortable in this game.
They shouldn't. I've said about 33 times the Marlins are back in this game. I think you need another hit before you could say it here, but they've been knocking on the door quite a bit in this game. Ground ball, deep, short, backhand, a nice play there by Crawford, but they can't get it out, and the Marlins score another run. 12-9, infield hit.
3-hit night for Solano.
Still nobody out. And Dave Righetti's out. He's out to talk to Jose Mijares, who has come in and given up a double, a single, and now an infield single.
First 2 hitters in the lineup for the Marlins, Yelich and Solano, are 6 for 8 combined, each with 3 hits. Solano with a couple of RBIs. Yelich has 1. Good play by Crawford, but he didn't have a play anywhere. Didn't have a play at second, didn't have a play at first.
And guess what? Giancarlo Stanton now represents the tying run.
The crowd likes this game. Each team has had 18 base runners.
They used to play a lot of games like this over at Marklight Stadium with the aluminum bats. A few years back, Jim Morris has seen a few of these games. Offensive machines. That game's changed a little bit since they changed the bats. So you get some 1-0, 2-1 games now in college baseball. 12-9. Good pitch there by Mijares. First pitch strike. Sandy Rosario. One-time Marlin in the bullpen. A 94-mile-an-hour fastball is inside.
You know, the Marlins have the tying run at the plate.
That did not come back in, so it's 2-1. Good count for Stanton. Mijares works very quickly on the mound. Yelich is on second. Solano is on first. And Stanton takes a fastball over for a strike.
The 2 fastballs have been strikes. And they've both been taken by Giancarlo.
Assume he's looking for something else.
Might be. Can't now with 2 strikes.
2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Big strikeout for Mijares, and Giancarlo was behind that 95-mile-an-hour fastball. See you Marlins as they begin a 4-game series with the Dodgers on Monday at 7:10. Get the all-you-can-eat seats, just $22 in an outhouse Outback Steakhouse, South Florida Heroes Monday. All military veterans, police, firefighters, and first responders can receive complimentary tickets to the game. Go to marlins.com today for more information.
And we've told you about the matchup Monday night. There's no reason for you not to come out. Jose Fernandez, I think against Hyun-Shin Ryu, will be the starter for the Dodgers and that hot Dodger club in town.
Boy, would you say 40 and
8. And they're leading their game tonight.
Wow. In Philly, trying to hand Ryan Sandberg the interim manager defeat. 3-zip in the 8th. 2-0 here for Logan Morrison. Righties coming up. Morrison takes a fastball for a strike from Jose Mijares. Held lefties to a .211 clip last year, just a .189 last 23 games.
Yeah, always a lot tougher on lefties.
Morrison with a pop-up, third base side. They'll give it a look. Sandoval, it's about 7 rows back. So 2-2 now to Logan Morrison. Look out, it went right over his head. The runners will move up. Way over his head, took a crazy bounce halfway up the first base line. That's a big break for the Marlins to get Yelich and Solano up and run the count full to Logan.
Well, I've seen wild pitches. I don't know if I've ever seen one that wild. And then the way it kicked off the backstop, Logan Morrison just ducked and it kicked all the way over toward the Giant dugout.
You know, Tommy, I think it hit there's a little ridge with the padding. It's not quite flat and flush. It looked like it nicked off that, and that's why it rebounded way up the first baseline.
I thought it hit a little starfish back there.
I hope not. 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss. So 2 big strikeouts going through the number 3 and 4 man in the order for Mijares, as he got Stanton and Morrison. And Placido Polanco's coming up, and he will face Mijares. The Marlins are a hit away here from pulling within 1 run in this game. Big at bat for Polanco here in the 5th. Fastball just inside. Placido's 1 for 3 at an RBI in the 3rd. Took something off that, change up. 2-0 now to Polanco. Maher's done a good job here last 2 batters to get Stanton. He did have the wild pitch to Morrison, but struck him out. Yelich on 3rd. Solano leading from 2nd. 2-0 pitch. Fouled away. Dan Jennings starts to work for the Marlins. Kieschnick and Blanco, 2 lefties, will lead off for the Giants in the 6th inning. Another good gap in left center for Polanco. Pitch on the way, takes a fastball, strike 2. 2-2.
Hey, you got a guy up there who we know can make contact.
Mijares, just 5'11", goes 266, it says. But I think he surprises the hitters with his arm action and speed.
It's displaced well.
Yeah. You can't really call him a portly left-hander, can you? Right? I won't call him. You can call him. Pitch inside. 3-2.
Well, he tries to make sure he's always standing next to Pablo Sandoval.
The Marlins sent 10 men up in the third. Polanco now the 9th man to come up in the 5th. Normally that means you're leading. But if Polanco can come up with a big hit, the Marlins can get into double digits. First base open on a 3-2 pitch. Ground ball. Oh, nice play by Maharis to snare it. That was going, I believe, up the middle. Polanco hit it hard, and Maharis made a good play to get Polanco. So the Marlins score 4, but leave 2. Welcome back to our Friday night carnival here at Marlins Park. The Giants and the Marlins, Craig Minervini in for Rich Waltz with Tommy Hutton, Allison Williams, Jeff Conine joining us tonight. I'll be with you tomorrow. Rich back on Sunday. 29 hits in the ball game, 21 runs. Probably the wackiest game of the year. But the Marlins, a couple of times, they'll leave you, hard to say this, when you score 9 runs, a little frustrated. Left 7 guys on the last 3 innings.
Yeah, they've had actually opportunities, believe it or not, to tie it or go ahead. I think what would be a nice momentum change would be if Ryan Webb could have a nice 1-2-3 inning, get the offense back up there.
Right, the Marlins scored 4 in the 3rd, only to watch the Giants come back and played 5 in the 4th. So here you'd like to go 4-0 because the Marlins certainly will feel offensively, if they can hold them, that they're going to score more runs in this game. They're very confident right now. Roger Kieschnick with a 1-0 count. Inside fastball, 2-0. The lefty from Rockwall, Texas. That tails away. Ryan Webb working in his 3rd inning here. Takes a strike, 3-1.
Yeah, he'd like to come back and get Kieschnick. If you're wondering, there was a Brooks Kieschnick a few years back with Milwaukee and some other teams. A distant uncle.
Sharply hit the short. Echeverria. One away. Want to win tickets and ride aboard the Marlins Fan Express for you and 49 of your friends? Enter to win the Fox Sports Florida Fan Express Sweepstakes. And you could be the talk of the town, taking all your friends and family to Marlins Park in style. Visit marlins.com today and in 100 words or less. Tell us why you deserve to bring your friends and family to the game in the Fan Express. Entry free, a click away. Visit marlins.com now to win the Fox Sports Florida Fan Express Sweepstakes. Good job by Ryan Webb after giving up the leadoff triple, his first batter, I should say, in the fourth, and the infield single right after that. And since then, he's allowed only one single. Gregor Blanco is 1 for 2 and a walk. There's a line shot, left field coming in. A diving catch and a beauty by Christian Yelich.
Sometimes it's a 1-2-3 inning. Sometimes a diving catch helps a 1-2-3 inning. And sometimes that diving catch helps change the momentum a little bit. Nicely done. Well timed. Good concentration by Christian Yelich.
That's a tough play. That was hit real hard. Shoestring catch. There's Jeff Francoeur. Pinch hitting, it's a little pop-up. Webb took a look at it. Who's going to get it? Solano called everybody off for 1-2-3 inning. And a great job by Ryan Webb going 3 innings here. And Christian Yelich, outstanding play and left as we go to the bottom of the 6th. Game here as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. And America's new sports network is almost here. Fox Sports 1 will be your home for live sports. Shows like The Crowd Goes Wild, Fox Football Daily, and Fox Sports Live, the news and highlight show fans have been waiting for. America's new sports network, Fox Sports 1, premieres August 17th, tomorrow night. Well, there's Sandy Rosario coming in after the 8-pitch 6th inning for Ryan Webb.
Boy, how about a boost in that inning? You see the numbers for Rosario, as you mentioned, Craig, a former Marlin at one time, has done a nice job for the Giants out of that bullpen.
Here's a Danny Echeverria. Rosario got hit with a shot last night from LaRoche and had to leave the game at Nationals Park yesterday. Look at this. He was able to get the out right in the midsection.
Yeah, I guess, you know, nothing feels good, but it didn't hit a wrist, a thumb, a finger, or hand, or anything like that. Good news, by the way, it was good to see the Tampa Bay right-hander Alex Cobb back on the mound last night for the Rays, and he won the game against Seattle. This is his first game back in a couple of months after being hit by a line drive on the side of the head.
Pitch to Echeverria is up high. Count of 2 balls and 1 strike to Adeiny Echeverria. It's a fly ball to right field. That's an easy play for Hunter Pence. And 1 man away. They'll bring on the pitcher's spot, and that'll bring up Juan Pierre to pinch hit.
Well, a super job by Ryan Webb. Was able to give his ball club a little bit what Mike Redmond was hoping for. He was hoping for more than 1 inning, and Webb went 3. Gave up 3 hits, just the 1 run. Not to mention got his first major league hit as well.
Yeah, that was a big hit too. So Juan Pierre, 5 for 17, has done a very good job pinch hitting, which has been his primary role since Yelich and Marisnik have come up for the Marlins. Sandoval plays in the bunt as Pierre swings and misses. Breaking ball catches the inside corner. Looks like JP didn't agree. 1-2.
There was Rosario, just a couple of games with the Marlins in 2010, just 4 games in 11, and just 4 games last year.
Breaking ball fouled off. He was a Marlins non-drafted free agent way back in 2004. He was in 4 waiver deals and 1 trade in the offseason. That's got to be strange. You wind up, one team gets you waived, another team. San Francisco finally got him from the Cubs in December 21st. He only had 3 at-bats, 1 for 3 on the road trip. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Hammers that one right to the second baseman. Handled over there by Scudero, and 2 men away.
It's another thing that Scudero does so well. He's not going to mess up the routine play. Just a real solid player, a real solid career.
Here's Jeff Mathis, number 8 man in the order. And breaking ball outside, 1-0 to Mathis. Line shot, base hit for Mathis. Well struck. And now that'll bring on the red roaring hot Justin Ruggiano. 3 for 4 to snap the 0 for 42 Wednesday. Now 2 for 2 with a homer and a double.
So 5 for his last 6.
4 RBIs. It's scored 3 runs. And he finally hit a home run here at home after hitting 12 road home runs this year. Here's what he did in the 4th. It's a crowded outfield. Ruggiano's trying to make a case, Tommy, to be a part of the roster going forward for the Marlins. Takes that pitch outside. And if not the Marlins, for someone.
Yeah, that's right. If not the Marlins, there are plenty of scouts here that watch the games. We see them all the time.
And this will be important for him to take advantage of his opportunities. Maybe he'll get a little more playing time. Takes that breaking pitch over, 1-2. That's the pitch that has given him some problems. Fastball away, 2-2. We're in the bottom of the 6th. Wild games. Giants scored 4 in the 1st, 3 in the 2nd, 5 in the 4th. Marlins have answered with 3 in the 3rd, 4 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, and 4 more in the 5th. And they've left 7 men on the last 3 innings. And a ground ball, 1 hopper over to second. Scudero handles that inning over. A very quiet 6th inning. For the first time in this game, no runs in an inning. 12-9 Giants.
Go Marlins!
The Marlins 9. Tommy Hunt, you told me teams were struggling offensively. Runners in scoring position. They can't score runs. The managers are pulling their hair out. 21 runs in this game.
I figured it all out. It's the Minervini factor. it's the run factor. But you know what you have to like about this game is the Marlins have kept coming back. They've battled back every time you look and you say, well, they might roll over here. They score some runs. I think it was big for Webb to have a 3-inning outing.
Yeah.
For him to have 1-2-3 inning. Now it's up to Dan Jennings. Rosario kind of settled things down for the Giants. And right now you kind of look at this, okay, it's a 3-inning game. You've spotted the Giants 3.
30 hits. The Marlins are 1 shy of their season high of 15 with 15. They had 16 hits against Cleveland. Giants trying to quell that Marlin momentum, doing it in the last inning. Jennings to Scudero, 0-1. Oh boy, that line shot up the middle. 16th hit for the Giants, 3rd for Scudero, and a line shot to lead off the 7th.
Scudero with a 3-hit game. There's a lot of guys in this game tonight with multi-hit games. Crawford has a couple. Belt has 2. Pence with 2. 4 RBIs to go along with that. Sandoval 4 hits.
Here's Brandon Crawford. Left-hand hitting shortstop, tries a bunt attempt. Well, if you're wondering, earlier in the game, you saw the Giants, even with a big lead, they were bunting, moving guys off, running, guy in motion. That's why. Early in a ball game, especially a crazy game like this.
You know, sometimes you get a feel for a game if you're a manager, and the feel is, okay, you're not going to run away with this thing, so you're going to have to try to get as many runs as possible.
That one got off the, sounded like the shin pads of Jeff Mathis. That'll allow Scudero to move to second.
Well, we've seen some wild pitches in this game, which that one will be.
Tough night for the pitching coaches. And certainly Chuck Hernandez overall has to be incredibly pleased with the Marlins. Came in with a 3.67 earned run average. Ground ball, second base, nice play. Solano diving over there, gets the out. Scudero goes to third, but a big out for Solano. And one away.
We see Donovan Solano make this play very well. Goes to his left, picks it, gives you that pop-up slide, then kind of turns his back, plants himself, and just a good throw. That's a nice play. He makes it look pretty easy.
One way for number 3 man Brandon Belt. Now an 11-game hitting streak. He's over 400, and another hit, and that's going to be trouble. That is going to split the outfielders, go all the way to the wall. Belt's got a single, he's got a double, and now he's going to wind up with a triple. His 3rd hit, and the Giants get their 13th run.
Boy, this guy's just flat out hot right now. You mentioned the hitting streak, 3 hits tonight. The 22 runs so far, that's the most combined runs ever here at Marlins Park.
So the Marlins bring the infield in for Hunter Pence.
And breaking the mark of 21 combined runs, San Francisco and the Marlins, May 24th, 14-7.
Only year number 2 here of beautiful Marlins Park. Pence is 2 for 4. He has scored 3 runs. He had that sharp ground ball at Andy Echeverria in the first that he was not able to come up with. Echeverria wound up going by him. 2 runs scored on the play. Would have been a double play had he snared it. It was hard hit, but an error. Baldy with 3 earned runs in that first inning of the 4. 2-2.
Well, this guy's tough out. Hunter Pence.
Very hot since the All-Star break. Rips that one center field deep. Going back, Ruggiano won't be able to get it. Over his head, another extra base hit. Pence thinking 3. Here's the relay. Solano dropped it, would not have had a shot. Back-to-back triples for the Giants. 14-9.
Boy, now you just get that deflating feeling. Get so close. 3-run game. All of a sudden, the Giants put a charge into Dan Jennings. Single, back-to-back triples. Pitch was up. He doesn't have command. He's just throwing out there, and you can't do that at this level.
And sliding in.
That's a third triple tonight for the Giants. Roger Kieschnick had a triple back in the 4th inning.
Marlins have, what, 3 doubles in this game and a home run. The Freeze Cam brought to you by Frost Brewed. Our cold hard fact: San Francisco Giants last 27 games brought to you by our Frost Brewed Coors Light. There it is, last 27. Look at the percentage of hits that are singles.
Well, the Giants have
This
8
game-
extra base hits tonight. They've made up for it.
You could have had Ed Kaplan handicapping this one, a great friend of ours, and he would have struggled.
Terrific baseball fan.
Yes.
We miss him.
Great sports host. A good handicapper, too.
Oh, yeah.
But this game, forget it. Hank Goldberg could have been handicapping. Never had a dinner.
Jeff DeForest. Throwing this one out there.
Hey, Hunter Pence.
Defoe might have had this one.
He might have had it, but he just gets lucky. Hunter Pence, 363 since the All-Star break, 37 for 102.
We talked about the middle guys. Pence, 3 for 5 with 5 RBIs. Sandoval just intentionally walked, 4 for 4 with 3 RBIs.
Good game to check your stats on the computer after the game if you're a hitter. Nathan Eovaldi's ERA went up over a run in his 11th start of the season, up to 3.96.
Yeah, let me just say that the MLB At Bat app is very helpful tonight.
Hector Sanchez 1 for 4, a 3-run homer. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Hector was bothered by a shoulder injury. He hurt it in winter ball, limiting his at-bats this year. Returned a week ago. Archimedes Caminero just called up. Fine minor league season. He can really bring it. He might hit 3 digits. 0-2 pitch. Sanchez. Did he get a piece? No, he did not. Runner on first. That's strike 3.
Well, Dan Jennings came back with some good sliders.
Here's our freeze cam. The Coors Light freeze cam brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. And the great catch in left field by Kristen Yelich. That's a tough play. Get your arms under that catch or your wrist. Give me one of those catches that you can wind up with an injury. There's Roger Kieschnick standing in with first and third. Marlins will have the top of the order. In the 7th, Kristen Yelich will go after his 4th hit, and so will Donovan Solano. One and one. It's great with the amount of bats Yelich has. He has a game like this, he's back over 300. He's at 305 on the season.
Yelich getting to that point. He's closing in on 100 at bats.
Foul back. Tommy, would the Marlins consider, Mike Redmond consider, getting Ruggiano maybe a few more at bats and maybe a matchup for Marisnick that's tough? Or?
I think so. I wouldn't doubt it at all. I think, number one, I think he's earned it. After what he went through and then having a 3-hit game, having a couple of nice hits tonight.
One-two pitches outside.
And I know the club and Mike Redmond and his staff, they want to see as much of Jake Marisnick. Of course, Red had Marisnick in the minor leagues last year in the Toronto organization, but they want to see him at this level. But on the other hand, if he struggles a little bit And because of the way Ruggiano's responded, I think you have to reward him a little bit.
Obviously, Ruggiano could spot one of the good things about his talents in the outfield. Any of the outfielders. Soft shot, left field, tough play. Look out! Echeverria got over there, and he makes the catch with Yelich right on his tail to end the inning. But the Giants get 2 more runs and 2 triples in the inning, and they leave a couple as well. A catch by Echeverria, the back from Yelich. Giants. Good pizza as well as we go to the bottom of the 7th. Dive in, see your Marlins against the Dodgers Wednesday, August 21st at 7:10. As Christian Yelich comes in.
Christian Yelich is already at 4 3-hit games in a very young career.
Fastball up high. No 4-hit games.
No 4-hit games. Got a chance right here. Might have another AB too.
A good at bat in the 0-2 against the lefty Maharis in the 5th inning and drove in a run. 2-1. You'd think the way he hits, Tommy, he's going to be an interesting guy to see how they approach him because he handles the plate inside, outside. He uses the entire ballpark when he hits. He hits with authority.
Yeah, he does. He's made nice adjustments. He can pull the ball. He's shown that. We know he hits the ball the other way.
Ground ball to second. Scudero's been busy over there. 1 away. Well, fans, dive in. See your Marlins. Dodgers, Wednesday, August 21st, 7:10. It's a Kids Eat Free Wednesday night. All kids in attendance will receive a voucher for a free Cayenne Beef Frank, a bag of Frito-Lay chips, a small Pepsi or Aquafina water. Get your tickets at Marlins.com now. Marlins baseball, dive in. Let's check back in with Allison Williams.
Well, guys, Donovan Solano batting second here in the inning, batting second in this game, and that's looking to be the spot for him. Manager Mike Redmond trying to find a guy that he can confidently right into that 2-hole spot, and Donovan Solano showing he can be his guy with 3 hits here tonight and 2 RBI. If you look at this last road trip for the Marlins, Redmond used 4 different players in the 2-hole. On the year, he's used 10 different guys, and collectively they have struggled in that position. Last in the league in runs, doubles, RBI, slugging, on base plus slugging, and homers. But Donovan Solano, when batting in the 2-hole, guys, this year coming into the game, 14 games in that spot, he's hitting .339 with 3 doubles and 6 RBI. It's been a troublesome position for the Marlins throughout the year. You see the rankings there, the number of guys Redmond has tried. It's hard to argue now that anybody other than Donovan Solano should be hitting in the 2-hole.
Well, thank you, Allison. You're doing a great job, and as you mentioned tonight, a couple of RBIs.
Well, yeah, he's also shown his ability to hit with runners on base. Leads the club in that department. A couple of RBIs tonight.
He's also shown the ability, which is very important in baseball, of dealing with adversity and overcoming. As that pitch is outside. Remember, he had the injury, left intercostal muscle, went on the DL for a month. Was the guy they talked about, earned the job last year, and he came back and didn't have a job. And he went to AAA, and all he did in AAA was hit 379.
Yeah, I tip my cap to him for that, because I'm sure it wasn't pleasant for him to go down there to see. At the time, Derek Dietrich was hitting the ball pretty well, got a few home runs, and Solano came back because he hit well.
Here's Giancarlo. He's had a couple of good at-bats here in this game. A single in the first, a deep fly in the fourth. The other two not as good. A pop-up in the infield, runners in scoring position. The strikeout with a couple on in the fifth. That was a tough spot for the Marlins, who were pulling back into the game. They had second and third. He represented the tying run.
Had a great conversation in St. Louis. A terrific player. He works for Major League Baseball now. Phil Bradley had a nice career. And we were talking about hitting, and he had a great concept that he heard early in his career from a hitting coach. Talk about making it simple. Swing at strikes and be on time. If you get strikes and you're out there, you're on time, you can hit the ball hard.
Well, Stanton offered at that pitch. 2-2. And that pitch just caught the corner, as you see. 2-2 pitch, ground ball off the middle, softly hit though, and that's trouble for the Marlins. It was deflected by the pitcher, and Crawford turns the double play. Well, no, it's not a big part. Stanton beat it out over there at first base. Belt came off the bag.
Yeah, you can see the ball deflected. Crawford with the throw, but it pulled Brandon Belt just off the bag. First base umpire David Rackley there to make the call. Ball had a chance to get through the infield. I'm not sure if it would have, but even if it had not been deflected, I don't know if Crawford makes a play. But the deflection at least got the Giants an out.
Let me ask you this one in the news of the day. If you were Bruce Bochy and the replay was in, would you throw your challenge, whatever it is? Yeah.
He's out.
Yeah.
You might.
Well, we don't know if it's going to be a flag or you're just going to come out and talk. The thing I would like to find out is, are they going to prohibit any kind of electronic, like an earpiece, you know, like they have in the NFL, where the upstairs coach will say, hey, that challenge that or whatever. I hope they don't have that, Tommy.
Yeah,
it
I
could
don't
get a little
think so.
crazy.
Yeah, that would be a little too crazy.
And is there a time limit? Can you come out, for example, and argue as that ball gets away?
All the decisions, by the way, will be made through Major League Baseball in New York.
Right.
It's not going to be made by somebody up here watching another monitor.
Yeah, they could be very busy. This is not like the NHL where you get an odd goal every now and then with 10 games going on. You could have a lot of challenges at the same time. What if he came out and argued and bought time?
And I guess the other thing, this is where it's going to take a lot of research on this. Do you have to make the challenge before the next pitch is thrown? And if you do, I mean, you may have some pitchers out there, give me the ball.
I bet.
Make the quick pitch.
I would bet that would have to be the case. But if you came out and argued, are you allowed to argue, or do you have to make the challenge in 10 seconds? Because you could go out there and argue for 2 minutes, Tommy, and by the time you come back, some coach gives you yes to the challenge, and you turn around and challenge. So there's a lot of little details. Don't forget, the way replay is out, right, it is just a proposal right now. There's still a long way to go here. It has to be passed by the owners by 75%. The umps and players union gets in on it.
Umpires are in on it. They have to vote.
They seem to be behind replay. Logan Morrison fouls that one off. 26,166 here tonight. Good Friday night crowd. Apparently it's going to be I think I saw a $25 to $40 million process for baseball. I believe they're going to be installing cameras, so there's a long way to go, but they do have it, at least a framework, and there's going to be votes, and if everything passes, you'll see it next year. One-two pitch. Logan Morrison, soft little pop grab by Crawford, who got a good little read on that, and that'll end the inning, leaving Stanton on in scoring position. Trailing this game 14-9.
Boy, has good stuff. You talked about his velocity. He's had a nice year in Jacksonville in Double-A, 52 1/3 innings. You see the record, you see the number of saves, 68 strikeouts during that time. Opposing batters hitting 183 off the 6'4", 255-pound Dominican, Archimedes Caminero.
They were asking Mike Redmond how he was going to use him. He said, well, we'll get him going here, as Rich likes to say, a soft landing, but he's got that ability to get strikeouts in spots where you need him.
Well, he's been in the organization for a number of years. He's 26 years old. But always an issue with Caminero was command, was control. Everybody knew he had that live arm. And so here he is, about to make his first major league pitch.
And it will be to Gregor Blanco to lead off the 8th inning for the Giants. Blanco is 1 for 3 with a walk.
And it's a lively fastball. Caminero signed in his first year in the Marlins organization was 2005.
Well, you see all those academies that major league teams have now, and they find this incredible amount of talent very often in the Latin American countries there, and they sign a guy like Caminero, and he's 15 or 16, or usually about 16 years old, and you wind up getting some very good players at I guess you'd say a decent price, Tom.
Well, he's gone 94, 97, and 98. Hits 3 fastballs. Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic.
.315 strikeouts, 278 minor league innings coming into this year. Little line drive left field. Yelich, well played. Fans want to order food directly from your smartphone or upgrade your seats for today's game instantly from the palm of your hand. Download the MLB.com at the ballpark mobile app for these features and more, plus check in through the app to earn free tickets. Download the free MLB.com at the ballpark app today.
Joaquin Arias, pinch hitter.
He'll be pinch hitting here. One out in the 8th inning. And a high pop-up, shallow center. Solano's calling, and then he's called off by Ruggiano. 2 away.
Well, he's thrown strikes, and anytime you get a young pitcher who's maybe struggled with command and he gets up here and he throws strikes, number one, the velocity and the stuff gets people's attention, but number two, the command does as well.
Did you see the updated runners in scoring position for the Giants?
10 for 18.
10 for 18 for the Giants.
Hey, the Marlins aren't bad. The Marlins have had other opportunities, but the Marlins tonight 6 for 14 with runners in scoring position.
They've left 10 men on base. The Giants have left 8, so lots of opportunities on a kind of a bizarre night at the park. 2 strikes on Scudero. Whoa, that hit him.
He hit him with a slider.
Scudero on base for the 4th time in 6 at-bats. The Marlins have won 1-2-3 inning in this ball game in the 6th. It was Ryan Webb's last inning.
Yeah, the Giants have 3 players with 3 hits and 1 player with 4.
Pablo Sandoval is going to get a chance at a 5th hit.
Crawford has a couple.
2 for 5.
So it's been that kind of night.
Good fastball from Caminero.
Very loose and lively arm.
That's 2. 0-2 on Brandon Crawford. Marlins have played very well against the Western Division this year. But tonight the Giants have them 14-9 as we go to the bottom of the 8th. Nice inning though for Archimedes Caminero making his major league debut. To you by Auto Nation.
All right, here it comes. You ready for it?
I'm ready.
33 hits in the game. There have been 23 runs scored. I'm ready. I'm anticipating. The Auto Nation game sum. We'll give it to you. We talked about all the hits the Giants got early in the game. They scored 4 in the first, 3 in the second. They scored 5 in the 4th inning. They added a couple in the 7th inning. The Marlins haven't rolled over. Marlins got 4 in the 3rd inning. They batted around. They came back with 4 more in the 5th inning. Christian Yelich, Solano, they've each had big games. Logan Morrison had a big double. A lot of base hits in this game. Not a night to pitch.
So Santiago Casilla is in, and Bruce Bochy making the all-important double switch just in case. With a 5-run lead in the 8th. Joaquin Arias over at second. So Casilla will bat in the number 1 spot in the order. If you're keeping score, you probably ran out of ink.
I'll say this, the way the game started out for the Giants, I guarantee Bruce Bochy wasn't thinking that he might have to use his closer in this one.
Yeah. Well, the Giants have settled it down a little bit in the last 2 innings, thanks to Sandy Rosario.
Oh.
Ooh. Placido Polanco.
On the helmet, and it knocked the helmet off.
Talking to trainer Sean Cunningham.
Boy, that's always a sobering feeling.
See how loud it was?
Yeah.
Tommy,
You could hear it all the way up here.
You know, almost sounded like the crack of the bat. It was that loud. Placido obviously talking to Sean Cunningham here. He's shaken up, but considering where he got hit, he did a good job there getting up and to his feet.
Ed Lucas is going to go in, but just hope that all is well with Placido Polanco.
Oh.
And thank goodness for ear flaps.
Yep.
That's right about where that ball hit his helmet.
And with the momentum, it took the helmet right off. And think of it, that's the spot where you see in boxing, you take a shot in that area, you're down. It doesn't have to even be the hardest shot.
Well, and the other thing, you just have to be careful, and the Marlins have a terrific training staff with Sean Cunningham, Mike Kozak. He's going to make sure there are no symptoms of concussion, anything like that.
Ed Lucas going in the pinch run after the hit by pitch. Casilla's first batter here in the 8th inning. Echeverria, fly ball into the outfield. Benson Blanco. Blanco makes the catch. Etch 1 for 4 with a walk tonight. That'll bring on the pitcher spot. Now 7th in the order. And Greg Dobbs will get a pinch hit opportunity.
I honestly think we'll see some good swings in the next few weeks from Greg Dobbs, just because of the opportunity. A couple of games he got to DH in Kansas City. He got to see some pitchers, more than just one at bat, more than a pinch hit appearance. And he had some good swings. A couple of doubles one game.
Yeah. 3 for 8 in the series. He's also improved his pinch hitting after he started the year 0 for 8. That one nearly caught Dobbs. Lucas will move up to second base. Dobbs is 7 for his last 20 pinch hitting, 350 clip. 92 pinch hits in his career. Number 1 among active players. Fouls that one off. Should have known with Greg Dobbs. He hit a pinch hit homer in his first ever Major League at bat, 2004. And only 20 players have done that. Of your homers, Tommy, pinch hit homers?
Yeah, I believe I had 3 or 4. 3 or 4, yeah.
Inside. 2-1 to Dobbs. Jeff Mathis is on deck. Game 1 of a 10-game homestand for the Marlins. 12-12 against the West Division this year. Only division they're at 500. Against none over 500. Grounded foul.
Well, we talked about the wild pitches. All 4 San Francisco pitchers have thrown a wild pitch. Godin, Mijares, Rosario, and Casilla.
It's one of those games Tim Kirchin will have a nice report on.
Tim Kirchin, Jason Stark. They'll come up with some interesting numbers on this one.
Excellent baseball reporters. Breaking ball fouled off by Dobbs. Greg in his 10th Major League season and his 3rd year with the Marlins. Swing and a miss, he struck him out. Second out of the inning for the Giants. Gonna bring on Jeff Mathis, 1 for 3 in the game. He was 0 for 2 in the 3rd inning alone.
Occasionally we check on the scoreboard, a big doubleheader sweep for the Kansas City Royals in Detroit. And well-pitched games, 2-1. We talked about the Hosmer home run. Hosmer homered in both games. And James Shields, the winner in the nightcap.
That fastball decked Mathis inside. He's all over the place, he nearly hit Dobbs once or twice, and now the crowd's getting into it.
Pretty soon it gets to a point. Now, I know he's not doing it on purpose, but pretty soon, if you don't have control at this level, go somewhere and work on it.
Yeah, it's not like these are any kind of purpose attempt pitches that are getting away. That fastball is over. 1-1. Well, Kansas City goes to 64 and 57. In the wild card race, they came in 5.5 out. But picking up 2 big games on Detroit puts them 6.5 out. Mathis with a shot to right field. Pence over to the line in foul territory. He pulls it in to end the Marlins' 8th inning. We go to the 9th with the Giants up by 9. Marlins Park, the opener of the homestand, and fans be sure to stay tuned after the game to catch our Marlins Live post-game show presented by Checkers. Jeff Conine will be heading out. Allison Williams. I want to text them that it's the 9th inning.
I think you ought to text Niner and say, hey, it's about time.
Kevin's there, but...
Well, Kevin's always on time.
Yeah, and usually in focus. So right now he's been shooting a blank set. Chad Qualls comes on. Here in the top of the 9th inning.
Now, there were a couple of rough moments for Chad Qualls on the road trip, but generally he had a couple tough outings in Pittsburgh, but generally he's been very solid all year. Ed Lucas comes in to play third, and again, we hope that all is well with Placido Polanco.
And Brandon Belt had a big game. Say that about a lot of guys in this lineup. 3 for 5, a triple, a double, a single. So he's a long ball away from the cycle, and he's going to get a base hit as Lucas was shaded over. That's a 4-hit game for Brandon Belt. Here's tonight's Cholula Hot Sauce spotlight player, Mr. Belt. Giants' 5th round pick.
Nacogdoches, Texas.
Out of Hudson High School. He also had a 2-homer game against the Marlins back in 2011. He was a 2-time 11th round pick. It's not easy to do. Back-to-back years. Boston and Atlanta did not sign either time. Giants finally got him in the 5th round in 2009. Hunter Pence is bidding for a 4-hit game.
Well, right now, Belt, Pence, and Sandoval are 11 for 15 combined. 9 RBIs.
Barry Zito poised to pitch the 9th. How about 2 guys back-to-back in line for a shot at the cycle? Pence also a homer away. Pop-up, right field side. Tricky play. Let's see. Solano gets over there. Not too difficult at all as it turned out. Had a long way to go, but gets the out. So 1 away, and here's Pablo Sandoval. He's looking for a 5-hit night. Sandoval 4 for 4, raising his average 8 points to 266.
Last Giant with a 5-hit game was Hunter Pence, July 24th.
Big swing and a miss on that 93-mile-an-hour fastball from Chad Qualls. Sandoval had a big 2-run double in the 1st inning. Also drove in a run in the 2nd. Pablo, career 300 hitter heading into 2013. A little low this year. He's had a tough go of it, as we mentioned, coming into this game of late, but not tonight. He's never had a 5-hit game.
The Marlins did not see Sandoval in that series in San Francisco. Nick Noonan played third base.
That's the 6th time Sandoval has a 4-hit game as he's walked by Qualls 1st and 2nd. We'll bring on Hector Sanchez. Well, Sanchez with that pinch hit homer. Buster Posey's been struggling a bit, so Bruce Bochy gave Buster the day off. Got Sanchez in the lineup. I'm sure we'll see Posey tomorrow, you would think. Tommy, we had the, oh, okay, the graphic was, I was looking at seeing Roger Kieschnick saying, wait a minute. That looks like Hector Sanchez to me. First and second, shot, center field and deep. Going back is Ruggiano. Makes a nice play. Belt over there, moves to third. He got a good jump on a liner to center field.
One thing that we saw when Justin Ruggiano, we saw it this year too, but last year one of the things that stood out was the way he played center field in this big ballpark. He got good jumps, he could chase him down, did it right there.
Nice backhanded grab, so 2 outs here. First and third for the Giants. And here is Roger Kieschnick. He's 1 for 5 with a triple. Line shot right at Yelich. Look out. Went back a few steps to make the catch on that line drive. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th. Giants lead it by 5. Bottom of the 9th inning, crazy game here, 14-9. Giants leading. Let's check it out. The results from our AT&T poll question: biggest flop in 2013. We voted Angels and Nationals. Wow, the Giants did not even get a vote. 50-50. Angels and Nats. The Nats were hoping to make a run. They not out of it. It was a costly loss though. 2-1 lead against these Giants as Barry Zito comes in yesterday at Nats Park.
Well, the Nats tonight in extra innings in Atlanta. 2-2 tie in the 10th inning. Here's Barry Zito. We talked about it earlier when we saw him warming up to make his 3rd appearance out of the bullpen. And you see his numbers just were not very Zito-like. ERA over 5. But you know, if Chad Godin continues and has a couple more starts the way he did tonight, who knows, those 2 guys could flip-flop, because it's one of the reasons Zito went in the bullpen. First, Godin came in when Vogelsong went on the DL, stayed in the rotation because of Zito's struggles.
Justin Ruggiano, deep again to left field, way back and gone.
Have a night, Ruggiano.
Justin Ruggiano, who had a 2-homer game earlier this season against San Francisco, is trying to say, hey, Mike Redmond, give me some more playing time. A 2-homer game, wow.
We told you the last time the Marlins had a 2-homer game was July 6th at St. Louis. The last time the Marlins as a team hit 2 home runs in a game here was June 26th against the Twins. Justin Ruggiano has supplied both of them tonight.
3 for 4 tonight. Second straight 3 for 4 game. Such a crazy game. He went so long, 0 for 42. Worst streak in Marlins history without a hit. And now he's got back-to-back 3 for 4 games. And this one, really odd because he didn't start the game.
Well, a couple of things crazy about it. He didn't start the game. And of his previous 12 home runs, he'd not hit one here. Go figure. Try to figure this game out. You just can't do it.
Christian Yelich, little tapper foul toward first. You know, it's a crazy game too because it's a team game and yet so much of it is individual. You come up to the plate, you're 1 against 9. And there are games, of course, you want to win, but it's so personal to you that you feel, at least from a personal standpoint, you're going to help the team win when you have games like this. But you feel like you're getting back on track, even though your team loses. It's a positive in terms of your effort. Oh, 0-2 pitch. Did he offer at that one? Yes, he did, says Tony Randazzo.
We've seen the Giants do that a couple of times, so Yelich is going to have to file that away. In the first inning, when he struck out, when they got 2 strikes, they elevated a fastball. So that's the second time in this game that's happened. So they file that away and make the adjustment. Told you the last time the Marlins scored this many runs was that 10-0 win against Cleveland. They did not have a game in July where they scored double figures in runs. They scored 11 against the Mets here at Marlins Park on June 2nd. Won that game 11-6.
I can't imagine. I know that game in Colorado you guys did, but there can't be too many games. We'll have to look it up. Get back tomorrow that they've scored double-digit runs and lost the game. Shot to center field. It happens occasionally in baseball. You see these crazy games, but probably not all too common.
You mentioned that, yeah, it's a positive sign scoring the 10 runs and getting the 16 hits. The only negative part of it is that you think of all the low-scoring games, all the games where the opposition got 1 or 2 runs, or you shut out the other team and they weren't able to win. That's the frustrating part.
You hope the Marlins can build on this offensively into the rest of the series. And you really hope that Giancarlo can get at least a little closer to the track. He's 1 for 5 here tonight.
It's been a good team for him to hit against, too. Giancarlo came into this series a .350 hitter with 7 home runs in his career against the Giants.
Fastball inside to Stanton. 2-1 from Barry Zito, trying to end this one. Marlins clawed back on 2 different occasions and had opportunities in a few other innings to score some runs. Up high. Logan Morrison is on deck. And Stanton takes ball 4.
Well, you know, for a guy who has had the career that Barry Zito has had, mentioned this is his 3rd relief outing. Coming into this season, he'd had 394 starts in 400 games. So not too many times has Barry Zito worked out of the bullpen.
Signed a 7-year, big money free agent deal with the Giants prior to 2007. The Giants have a club option for 2014, which you would not expect that they would be signing up for. 3-time All-Star. And in difference, Stanton goes to second. However, you know, last year he was 15-8 for the Giants, ERA a little over 4. And in the postseason, he was even better.
Which is a great turnaround for him, because when they were in the World Series before, in 2010, he was not on the postseason roster.
And a tapper to first base. Zito gets over there, and that will end the ball game. Wildest game of the season goes to the San Francisco Giants. It got a little hairier than they would have liked, but the Giants win it by the final of 14-10 on the night that saw 35 hits and 23 left on base here at Marlins Park. 14-19-1 for the Giants, 10-16-2 for the Marlins. We'll be back to wrap it. Got the post-game show coming as well. We return here to Marlins Park in a moment.